个，恐惧4个。
卖了，
不是
问题，就是打得很被动，然后。
哎呦，这个血量，这能跳走吗？碰个。
快走！
胆子挺大的啊，过去再吃就行。肯定也懒得管。开悟下路包，看到塞拉。
一个引刀的龙骑，然后看一下待会儿那个甲，他的甲
还行吧，影魔不在。
哦，影魔和 VS 都不在。
对，两个通在的话，应该就
在的话，他的甲应该是
他就剩12点了吗？
直接没了，刚才是只剩12点，然后如果 VS 跟影魔都来的话，应该就直接没了。
烈焰上塔正受到攻击，天辉下路
打一波吃鸡团的事情了。是干嘛呀？哎。
那也是这样，那也是自救这一把还挺迷的，直接拆家了，不跟你嘻嘻哈哈了。
没有嘻嘻哈哈。没必要。原话怎么说来着？常规赛大家都强队嘛，都差不多。咬大了，最后一波，马尔斯跳过来，碰到一个插诺瓦，插诺瓦救一下队友，把自己换进来的。影魔 BKB 摇大以后，队友凤凰这个蛋什么意思啊？泉水门口温泉蛋，温泉蛋它变出来了。
变出来了！天哪！
那这样比赛结束了，看一下，直接老11啊，铁分奴。黄点基地插诺瓦不让老11点基地，还换了一下。老干爹最后是22分钟结束比赛。
是的。
奖励一把影魔取得了胜利啊，非常完美的一个完胜。那这样子，要么就比较遗憾了。
是，也同时恭喜一下茶队，茶队就晋级了。
稳住了吗？
对，他们是晋级到了季后赛了，前6了。
我感觉都闻到茶香味了，但是这口茶没喝上，对吧？只能等到这个季后赛了。
有可能老干爹也想品一下茶。
哦，是这样吗？
是老干爹想在季后赛也
就是这个茶越陈越香。
对，就如果说这会儿
现在的
茶队就淘汰就没意思了。
啊，要陈一陈是吧？
对。
这样最后奖励一把影魔啊，拿到了 MVP。
是的。
706-619，伤害量线上受益，对吧？兄弟们都给力吧，3条线打出优势，影魔就比较舒服嘛，去哪儿都能杀到人。
对，而且 maybe 这2盘中路的经济一直都是很好，就是对线把对面给打爆了。
不仅对线，感觉节奏也压制了，是吧？
确实。
这几兄弟伤害加起来，
这把凤凰的蛋好像都没碎过。
没碎过，
都落下来了。
最后一波温泉蛋也赢了吗？
对，他的阵容其实影魔的大招跟蛋都没有一起放过，但是他那个蛋就是冲到人脸上来，就是没有人敢上来打。
其实就一个龙骑能打，但龙骑也没什么装备，可能这一把引刀攻速也不够。
就是感觉Ehome就是上路3、4号位的问题是失误了。然后第2把的话，马尔斯打影魔是小烈了400块钱。节奏的话也一般，但是3、4号位那个对线上，他们其实是有一定机会可以压住这个他们的优势路线的，但是没有打出来他这个线上的效果。
对，比较可惜吧。
对，感觉就整条线3路对线期就崩了，就很难打。
老干爹状态越来越好了嘛，这样也有个赛后采访来看看他们自己是怎么说的。
首先，我们要谢谢查理斯接受我们的采访，恭喜你们今天是取得了胜利，恭喜恭喜！好，那查理斯，首先第一个问题哦，今天是从3号位转成1号位，所以这边想问一下，没有 FY 哥哥吸你的血之后，觉得日子过得比较滋润了吗？
是，团队上有所改善吗？
比较幸福美满了吗？为你开心呢。那这边第2个问题就很严肃了，就是我们在场上打团战的时候，主要是哪一位队员来担任指挥呢？
没有特定的人选吧。大家互相交流吧，就
有好的想法，
都有自己的想法。
哦，就是有好的想法就说出来，
对，大家都有自己想法，主要是配合到一起。
好的，那接下来我们看到，就今天您跟妹皇都没有时间打这个天梯哦，那你觉得俊宝这个时候打上1万分了吗？
打比赛没空。
哈哈哈！好，所以那这边也是谢谢你，然后也是再一次恭喜你们今天呢是取得了胜利，谢谢。下一位我们要请 Maybe， 麻烦了，谢谢。辛苦了，辛苦了。好，这边想问一下，我们看到就夫人在这个微博上面说啊，说就是前几天您这个做梦都会喊这个别打别打别打了，但是昨天赢了 CDEC， 刚刚赢了Ehome，你觉得接下来还会做噩梦吗？
那个也不算噩梦吧。
哦，那是一个重温旧梦吗？
就是有那么一幕嘛。
哦，有那么一幕是不是？
就有很多幕。
哦，很多幕
对，很多幕就是群能再冲我拉一下就行。
那你觉得现在还会有这样子的情况吗？还是说其实对上最近的这打法风格比较不一样呢？
对，最近
不太一样，是不是？哎，祝福你们，希望你们接下来再创高峰了，好不好？谢谢。那接下来想麻烦老11，不好意思，辛苦了。来，面对镜头，那这边接下来我们要采访的是老11，你好，你好。那这边呢，想知道说，哎，再一次回到了 LGD 战队，你觉得自己最近这个打法风格有改变吗？没有太大的改变。
就是队伍需要，最近确实马上喜欢冲一点。
但我觉得有时候在关键的时刻呢，也是需要有一个人站起来，然后带领队伍往前冲嘛，有时候也是必要的，不是吗？是的。好。
队呢，我肯定不是带头大哥啊，队友都在我旁边啊。
是。
我不是带头大哥。确实我有的时候会冲一下。但是他都是队友带的。
我懂。其实主要呢也是环境使然。如果说不是旁边的人爱冲的话，你也不会冲的，对不对？
如果说能打1个打3的，没理由不冲呀。
说得好。那这边也是希望你们在接下来的比赛呢，可以有更多精彩的表现了，好不好？谢谢。好，那最后想要邀请一下 FY 大哥 ，FY 麻烦您了，好吗？谢谢，辛苦了。我知道您今天非常的辛苦。那今天其实呢，我们针对 FY 有一个个人就是深入的专访。那这边为了您的专访呢，我们也是特别等一下会移驾来到楼梯间这边来进行。那最主要是因为昨天在比赛过程当中，突然间小何哥哥就跟您私聊了起来，我们非常的好奇到底私聊了什么。这边呢，我们先卖个关子，如果想要知道后续的采访的话，请记得锁定我们英霸传媒的官博，谢谢。
怎么就没有小楼梯环节了？
做了个预告是吧？
是。
那最后的话，查理斯感觉打完比赛笑的都乐开了花了，就
感觉查理斯最近是不是伙食也好了？
好像是有点，
好像是比原来稍微脸圆了一点。
对，是不是打1号位吃的资源就是从伙食上也能吃出来？
有可能是的。
然后的话，老11就他那个话不敢接，就是没有带头大哥了。
感觉老11在采访就镜头面前就显得特别的那个，就那种很温顺的感觉，给人一种他不是打3的，他是一个打5号位的。
但是兄弟们说冲我也就冲了。
对。然后 maybe 那个微博我没看到啊，就是什么别打了是什么梗？就
重温旧梦啊，重温了很多波旧梦。
就可能就是中路嘛，因为 solo 这个选手其实中单的压力是挺大的。如果说是在对线上有1、2波就是比较失误的话，可能会滚雪球，然后就很需要队友能来抬一手。
对，这样子的话也是再次恭喜啊！其实也无关晋级嘛，但是能赢比赛的话肯定是最舒服的。然后这样子的话 ，Aster 是顺利挺进，对吧？以后我们就比较遗憾了。
是。
然后我们这一阶段这个常规赛就正式打完啊，第2赛季打到现在。
好，这边看一下现在的积分 ，RNG 是8-1，然后星期是老干爹和 CDEC 都是7-2。哇，这个同门师兄弟并列
就差1分，
差一个净胜分，这个不关键啊，反正他们是并列第2。
但是我们互相交战的局，我是锤了你的，对吧？
然后 VEG 跟 IG。再是 Aster， 他们是3个队是战绩是同样的。
好的话，以后我们 SAG、AG， 然后我们来看一下淘汰赛的一个情况。
下一周吧，应该就是下一周开始。下一周的再下周啊。
我们这样的话就是前4的队伍在胜者组嘛，然后后面2支队伍的话在这个败者组默认一个开局。然后我们
29号。
对，就下个礼拜。对吧？明天是周一嘛，再下个礼拜这个开始啊，5月29号 ，RNG 会在下午1点钟对阵到 VG， 然后 CDEC 在4点钟对阵到老干爹。哇！
对，下一周应该是发展联赛，然后这个29号的这个预告是职业联赛的一个预告。
CDEC 又要打老干爹了。 吧？不过这个也是在胜者组，就是有可能他们打下去一支，然后到时候再回来，也有可能。
对，
反正比较纠葛。然后7点钟的话会有这个2场比赛的胜者，就是从淘汰赛开始的话，我们会是一天将有3个 BO3 嘛，依旧会在这个鱼霸斗鱼的190002直播间跟大家不见不散。下礼拜的话，我们还有这个发展联赛，也请大家继续关注我们的直播间。那今天的比赛就到此为止结束了，也是恭喜一下晋级的6支队伍，我们下次的淘汰赛见不散。
再见。
近日，一股来自于太平洋西北地区的未知强气流正逐步向中国华东地区沿海靠近。未来2日，上海地区可能将会有强降雨，请广大市民尽量少出入。
Fiend. Yeah, sounds about right.
Prepare for battle.
All right. They got the exact same items at the start here.
They do, but this is the old school setup. The new school is definitely way more mangoes than this.
0.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see.
They've got some tangos as well on DD. Nothing. Zinkyu.
Yeah, so Zinkyu is just he's the position 4 player for Ehome. I'm not sure how much of a 1v1 SF mid specialist he is. He's already skilled up the Necromastery, which, see, this is how SF 1v1 used to be played. It is played now.
Seconds to bat.
So we'll see how this goes. I think he might be in for a little bit of a rough time.
DD is the mid player on here as well.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
We'll see how the expertise is there. I mean, he's gone Pro Mastery. Is it both? No.
He's holding the point. And I would imagine... Oh, okay, he is actually just going to get Necromastery. Alright.
See some mechanical skill, boys.
See who's got the right fleet. So Jinkyu has slightly more damage by 1 because of his slightly different inventory setup. See what that
I
ends up
believe in
mattering.
ZQ just because he's got the Sentry Wood.
Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Support strats. Alright, no so far. No CS so far. 1 creep dead. No CS so far. 2 creeps dead.
Harass him down.
Yeah. I have the high ground. Alright, he's got 1.
Like a wet noodle.
Stack him up. Still 1 CS. This is like 5 or 6 creeps at this point. Cool. Yeah, 2-1 against 1-0.
Gets the
Level 2 now picked up for DD, so he will be able to raise the range creep if he feels like he needs to. Gets the deny on 1 range creep. Should be able to get the deny on the other one as well. No, actually just opting to trade a little bit of harassment. Jinkyu now gets his level 2. But still, DD definitely winning this 1v1 currently. No doubt at all.
Some tangos. So
yep.
Just having to pick that one up. He's still got the Iron Branch if he needs to use the extended. I think DD already expanded his and be keeping the second branch for that second tango.
Well, he's getting out CS pretty heavily. This is where the souls are pretty painful. You get that range. No, man, this DD's just got 2 damage advantage at this point.
18 extra damage is so much at this stage of the game. Back. I mean, maybe once he hits level 3 if he takes up an entire wave.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, DD's just zoning him back, and he can afford to force the trades because he's got the salve as well. He sees that Jinkyu does not have it. I think that's also where we've seen the non-mid players versus the current mid players. Like the courier management and the regen battling from the actual mid players is just so much better than the support players, or even like the safe lane players.
Yeah. He's brought back a little bit. He's got 7 CS now, so sitting at 8 in the Necromastery, so it's not hitting pathetically anymore, which is always a change. He's got the Mango as well if he did want to start getting a bit more aggressive. Surprised that he didn't use the race for that range creep.
DD gets a few free hits in there. I mean, he's a little bit low on mana here, so not really too much of a threat. Jinkyu, I think, also realizing that, just going to go for the salve. Get himself back up to full HP. It's 9 souls against 14. DD now picking up the second point in the Necromastery, so can start counting that advantage a little bit more since Jinkyu still doesn't have the level 4.
I mean, that was the window for Q to come back, right? Before the Necromaster was leveled up that second time.
Yeah.
You get to equal footing with 12 and 12, suddenly do have the potential to trade.
So yeah, now we're at 11-19. You can see how this matchup, especially in the mid lane in general, does just kind of snowball a bit. That was a nice raise, getting both the range creep and clipping. A little bit unlucky, missing uphill there. Does get the range creep deny. But still getting out CS for the time being. And Jinkyu does have his sentry out now, but let's see if he can actually get any kind of a D-ward.
Got the mangoes too. We'll see it.
Maybe I'll see some kind of opportunity at level 5. Still just lots of regen being brought. Nobody's really finished any items. No full Wraith Band or anything. Raises. Jinkyu uses it just for the creeps, so does not have the triple available. Both of them just gonna salve up. DD definitely with an advantage, currently having that level 5 and should be looking to press it. He's got enough mana for the triple, right? If he pops the mango and definitely with the mango. Yeah, and as you can afford the trade a little bit, runs in, needs to be sure not to tank the tower, but it's the one deny.
That one out there and even gets the deny at range. I mean, this observable might even expire before he gets the chance to take it out. Here's in Q.
Yeah, DD, if he realizes, he could also just deny it. Okay, no, not gonna be able to get it. Doesn't want to tank the creep damage. But it does get all 3 of these CS. Oh, actually, yeah, he got it.
It levels in Q up to 5 though, which is important. Needs to basically play this perfectly, given that you've got the magic stick here on DD. He's got more mana.
Yeah, he's got the Wraith Band now as well. They're gonna trade raises. DD comes through, but he's got too much survivability. Doesn't even need to pop the Fairy Fire. Blood and a GG gets called. DD is gonna secure the selection priority for his team. That's the one thing that we didn't talk about, of course. Why are we playing a 1v1? The reason that we're playing a 1v1 is that the 1v1 replaces the coin toss in this event. So by winning this, that means that DD's team, Sparking Arrow, now gets to choose between Radiant Dire first pick, second pick for the first game. Nice little way to start them off.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Alright, I'll give it a sec. Okay, they played against each other 11 days ago and it was a 2-1. Yeah.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
All right, everybody, welcome back to DPL-CDA League. We have another great evening of action coming your way. Starting off with Ehome versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. Ehome currently #1 on the leaderboard here in the DPL-CDA League. Sparking Arrow Gaming not looking as good as they did in the first season of the league. Currently down among the bottom of the board with just a 1-4, and that one is just the default win that they got against Newbie, who've been disqualified. So we'll see if they can get on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, to their credit, they have faced some of the tougher teams, and you know this is going to be no exception. But definitely a big fall from grace from being first in last season's league, and now sitting down towards the bottom, likes of Flame, but Keen weren't all that impressive last season either.
Yeah, I just want them to play a normal position for Felix. I don't want to see any more position for Ember. I don't want to see any more position for Clinks. Can we just play a regular old position 4 hero? Can we get a Rubik or a Lina? I will settle for Mirana. But I guess we'll just have to see what's in store. Interesting that this Venomancer is starting to get really popular. I think Veno is really trending pretty hard in China currently.
It's so weird, right? The trends that happen in China, right? Because there was that time period where every single game either had DP picked or banned. And then it just dropped off the face of the earth with no changes.
And it's kind of back. I've been seeing in the last couple of days there's been some more death profits. So yeah, it is kind of crazy how those sort of things happen. It's just come and go, they get ignored, or even like the slightest buff or nerf can be enough to catapult or just dumpster a hero. Anyway, so Chen gets banned. What do we got? We got a DK, we got an Ember, but okay, I'll take it. Earthshaker I'm willing to go with here.
Yeah, this is feeling a bit more like a regular position 4. They've gotten rid of the Earth Spirit the Ember Spirit as well, so
yeah,
picking that one up.
No risk. But Ember Lich, very well. Oh wait, why is this Queen of Pain here? Quap, it's too early. Why are you here?
Position 4 Quap. Let's go.
No, it's gonna be 3 Shaker and 4 Quap. You just watch. I don't even know what the Quap pick is about though. Like, really, you know, sure, a laning matchup against the Ember is pretty good, but do you really care that much as an Ember if your laning matchup is that bad? And then also, you're playing against Chains, you're playing against a Sinister Gaze, so there are ways to lock down the Queen of Pain this game. It's not like it's, even with only 2 picks on the board, it doesn't look like it's a very free Quap game. So, I guess... The CPL probably. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll just have to see. So, I mean, Dragon Knight getting banned out would seem to suggest that they're just planning on putting this mid. That is definitely a hero that some teams like to go to against the Queen of Pain mid. You're able to sustain. You're not really going to lose the lane too hard, but yeah, this is really weird to me. I guess the other thing to say is that they don't have the last pick of the draft, so of course they are just going to have to pick their mid kind of sight unseen, but now there's still tons of opportunity for Ehome to grab annoying position 4s for the Quap, and really just in general get like tanky heroes to round out the lineup.
I gotta say, that was the same thing that happened though in that last time when the Queen of Pain won. And so I said last pick, it was last pick for their team, but Ehome actually had the response that time and they picked up the Kunkka. So everything that you're essentially saying, you know, you can catch someone out with a great X marks, you can't really blink away, essentially guarantees the stun, you can build very tanky just to be able to prevent a lot of this aggression onto yourself. So Puck's definitely a good way to pick around it though.
Yeah. Puck definitely going to be annoying for these two heroes that we see on the side of SAG. Ehome, you know, not the tankiest just yet. Not a whole lot of objective taking, so that's still definitely going to have to come out as we go a little bit further into the draft. And still not a totally clear picture either of what their lanes are going to be. What do you think is most likely here?
5 seconds remaining.
On Ehome's side?
Yeah. Like just laning configuration, right? Are we thinking Puck maybe just a 4? Are we still thinking, right, is Ember going to be safe lane? Is he going to be mid? Are they just trying to keep things open?
I think they're keeping things open. I mean, basically the only thing that's secured is the Lich 5, right?
Yeah.
Like, Khan essentially is a 4, how the meta is right now. But like, what you were mentioning, they were lacking a little bit. It's really, Kira helps a little bit with Sparking Arrow. Hasn't been up, so that's out on the there. And if you've got, for example, a Lich, you can just pass the frost. You got the movement speed that suddenly you can...
Yeah, I don't know how amazing something like a Lycan looks for currently. There is quite a lot of AoE damage and AoE stun on the side of Sparking Arrow, so I would be a little bit hesitant. Man, Innocence is already chewing through this reserve time pretty heavily. I was wondering if they were thinking about like the Terrorblade, but it's also kind of a rough TB game for the same reasons. So okay, just gonna go for the Lifestealer. Keep that last overall pick open.
How do you feel about the Lifestealer? Because I feel like, you know, if you want to go a super hard carry, there are better heroes. One Magic Immunity, Juggernaut's the better hero. It doesn't really feel like it fits too many niches. I guess you've got this Puck and an Ember Spirit where you can do the Infest Bomb, but beyond that, is it just the fact that an Earthshaker and a Jira aren't doing to protect against it?
I kind of worry that Lifestealer has lost a little bit of his identity. Like, he used to be really he was like the anti-tank carry, right? But because of the new Feast, he doesn't really work like that now. And then, you know, Maelstrom got the nerfs, and so with that build dead, Lifestealer kind of disappeared. I'm not personally a huge fan of Lifestealer currently. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. At least they do have good Infest Bomb possibilities, but they're gonna have to play pretty fast.
Yeah, they're gonna be really on point, especially with this Naga Siren, right? You're so elusive. Maelstrom, like you mentioned, not quite as strong. I mean, Lifestealer, despite the fact that it's a garbage item, is one of the heroes that still builds into the armlet, but all too much against this Naga or the Queen of Pain, really.
Yeah, he's one of the few heroes left that still buys armlet. Right? That item is just so unpopular these days. I think part of it also has to be the fact that we've just got... There's always pretty much a vessel buyer somewhere in every team these days. So buying armlet just feels terrible. Right? You're never going to get a toggle off successfly. If you're a hero that's like, oh, I have a bunch of regen or a bunch of lifesteal, so I can kind of get away with having an armlet, well...
Not anymore, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, Enigma getting banned out. Man, the Naga Siren pick also pretty nice with the Jakiro, right? They can get some path combos.
Even
going.
Just the net with Macropyre is really nice.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Ehome, they've got some AoE, but they're not ultra fast at killing off illusions. And I think another important thing to always look at when you're playing against these Naga TB is whether or not you have a hero that can just walk to a lane and like pop the illusion pretty much instantly without really too much of a commitment, because by doing that you're actively slowing their farm, right? Like the illusion was going to take the creep wave and you've just killed it, and so he's not going to get those 4 creeps now.
And
they don't really have that.
being able to do it from a safe distance as well, right? Like, I feel like that's one of the big reasons why Sniper's risen up in popularity is that pause 4, because as soon as you max out that shrapnel, you just toss it out from essentially behind the tower that you're trying to defend and run away.
Choose your hero.
Okay, so Ehome just rounded out with the Centaur, so it looks like it is just going to be... actually, I don't know who's... We still don't quite know who's playing what. Could still be 4 Ember, could still be 4 Puck. They haven't even locked in just yet.
Well, we're seeing a Felix Earthshaker, so you're going to be happy.
Yeah.
And it's a 4 Ember Spirit as well.
Yeah. You know, couldn't avoid it, even if it wasn't Felix playing it. We're still going to see it this game. I do not have a ton of faith in it, but maybe Jinkyu will prove me wrong. So it's also it's an offlane co-op. OP's playing it. And yeah, then they've just got the Razor heading mid, which I guess is why they put the Puck in the mid lane, because they just do not want Ember to have to play against Razor. But
it's alright. You can snap the static link if you get a decent Sleight of Fist off, right? I guess there's not really anything else to Sleight of Fist to. Yeah, you kind of need to for it and then slight the camp. Yeah,
the lane.
It's much more violent as opposed to Dire, but still, it's rough.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. The Razor pick is certainly good. Ehome with a very pretty standard lineup. It does feel like they really need to. I don't think any hope. So if this one definitely needs to be much earlier, but of course, as always, and especially with recent patches, it is a lot of it going to come down to how the lanes play out. Yeah, that goes.
I'm interested to see how this Naga Siren is going to use her Song of the Siren throughout these games. You know, obviously it's typical to want to use it in a defensive fashion. Try and get away. If you overcommit to something, it's just that get out of jail free card. But this time around, you know, you've got the Stampede that you might need to counter. You know, you've got a lot of heroes that need to be in that close proximity. You can set up action for the Ice Path. Do you want to get a full static link off? All these sorts of things need to be up for consideration.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of different ways that they can. I'm just starting with 3 up top quickly. Siler down bottom on the Lifestealer. Starting out with the Windlace. There's a little bit out of the ordinary, but extra chase potential in the lane, especially when he's got the Lich and the Frost Shield. And should know that, you know, pretty likely that the Earthshaker is going to be starting off with boots. So if you want any hope of getting some hits on him early, you are going to need extra move speed.
This really does not like these Naga Illusions. It doesn't want them anywhere close to their bounty room. Will they be on off before it spawns?
But I mean, it still ends up being, man, with the 2 illusion distraction, Naga then just walks over and takes the bounty away from the Centaur. So that's 3 for SAG. That's pretty nice.
That's why he's the God King.
Yep, there you go. Alright, so both mid laners, they get a little ward for themselves. Did they block off bottom? They actually managed to pop the range creep pretty heavily, so that's the push out, die, and then should instantly start pushing back into a decent position. If they want to as well, Felix can always just go and drag a couple of waves. I can't imagine that they're going to be able to put on too much pressure down here. And Felix probably doesn't even want to steal too much experience in this lane. I imagine you just want to get the Quap at 6 quite quickly this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got an Orb of Venom up here on the Jinkyu Ember Spirit, which it's a little odd. You know, you want to be able to trade nice and easily with this Jakiro, I suppose, but we've seen a lot of them in recent times go things like the Blightstone, especially with a Centaur. Once you get that Retaliate stacks up and through people if they're out of position.
He's putting some decent hit onto Red Panda, who has chewed through a lot of his mana already. Beyond just gonna pop. So this Orb of Venom slow is kind of annoying. It does some garbage damage now. So yeah. That's what, 2 magical damage a second. It is pretty awful. to say. Just jaunting away at mid. Has opted for a point in the phase shift, interestingly enough, early on here. I was wondering if he was just going to go 4 points up in the nukes, but seemed to just want that little bit of... As Felix comes in, is able to interrupt this pull from Innocence, but he hasn't dragged a wave or anything like that. And Silo actually successfully gets both the stack and the side pull here on the lifestealer. So.
Taking notes from his plus 5s.
Sure. Pretty nice. So Innocence still battling up against OP here, but now Felix rotates through. He's got the Fissure. Innocence might just be dead. Yeah, one more touch. It's first blow.
All right, don't take those notes from your plus 5.
No,
you know,
no.
Just the good stuff.
So far, CS on all 3 lanes going pretty well for
Jakira.
So caught out in the trees. Chained, stomp, right click down by the 13 with Pally. It's stacked. I think that the Naga's going to be able to do the help there.
And is it just stats being maximized right now? It is. So already finishing up the 1 Wraith Band, going the most gold efficient stat item in the game with the Ironwood Branch. Not opting for something like a Ring of Tarask this time and copping a little bit of harass, but she'll be fine. 8 armor, it's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, for sure. And I imagine for the Naga, just going to be the very standard build, get a bunch of Wraith Bands and Yasha, Manta. I've even seen people like skipping Diffusal and just tanking up like crazy. I've seen Manta straight Scotty. Not going to be the case this game, but...
I mean, Scotty against a lifestealer, not terrible.
Very true. Felix is here at mid, but he's sitting right on top of an observe board, so nothing to say. Should be alright, just needs to not use the orb. I'm a little bit surprised at the decision to go 2 points orb. I was wondering if he might just keep like orb at 1 and get the points in the Waning Rift, so then he could use the Waning Rift to kind of CS and harass and just always rely on the orb for escape. Grabbed himself an invis. Jinkyu just died top. I don't know what happened over there. But...
I mean, he died next to the outpost, so just maybe trying to go for a wave pull, make things a little bit easier for Centaur Warrunner. As always, we see it really prominently in China in particular. These supports just brawl for the 4-minute power runes in the river. They know that the mid lane is by far the most important.
Decent damage on the D, but he's going to be alright.
He's Gucci. Alright. 30 seconds until those bounty runes come up. I feel like we're going to get a similar type of action happening with their supports here. Probably more on the bottom side. It feels a bit more of a threatening lane, especially when you've got that invis here on the Earthshake, although it's just wearing off.
Yeah. So Felix is only level 2, but like I said, he has dodged a lot of experience and just kind of let OP have the lane. Faith beyond pretty low top here, but nothing to really punish him. Side change in Q. And we'll be able to quickly grab the bounty and then run this out. Red Panda still chasing him. He's got the 2 points up in the dual breath. Here comes the liquid fire as well. It looks like Jinkyu should be okay. Red Panda needs to be a little bit careful. I guess they don't have the mana on the Centaur for Hoof Stomp, so even if he did get chained, he'd probably be okay. Nothing to say. He made the rotation down here to try and snipe away one of these bounties, but looks like he wasn't actually able to get either of them. Felix beating him to the punch there.
Hopefully doing a great job with these pulls, as you were saying. He's at level 5.5 at the 5.5 minute mark, so good job himself. He's got the creep wave, he's got a half pull off, which is real nice value.
TPing at mid, bottle refill. Ehome bringing both of their supports to the mid lane. Try and help out, nothing to say. Gotta be careful. We're gonna have some pretty low level supports and quite a high level quap on the field. It's gonna be hunting for them. Definitely a little bit concerning if you're Ehome. Innocence picks up the arcane. Nothing to say was, I think, hoping to orb his way over there, but Felix still applying the pressure and so much attention being paid to the mid lane. We just have a full tri-lane versus tri-lane mid currently. Naga free farming top. You know, Faith Beyond still getting quite a lot and does already have the full Vanguard picked up, so he is not going to be easy to eject from this lane. He's really just going to hunker down. Alright. All right.
So,
just
Fisher for half a second.
Yep, Fisher nuked and dead, I suppose. I don't even think there was any. Yeah, it looks like he just got caught by the Fisher and like the max plasma field. They stomp up on everything. God King may be in a little bit of danger. He's still slowed. Does not have the song. A couple more touches. Faithbeyond still chasing. Double edge not enough. Couldn't quite get the chains on Jin-Q, and Cypher's still on cooldown for a very long time. So I mean, Naga survives, but gonna have to walk all the way back.
These rotations start on the Queen of Pain, you'd have to think soon. Going back to base, making sure she's got that full HP and mana. It's the level 6 as well, so make something happen. Buys up the clarity, maybe a couple of mangoes?
It could do. Has picked up an urn. Puck is just getting run out at mid. It does have to be said that Nothing to Say is actually not that far behind the Razor on the, at least on the CS. I'll switch it over to net worth now, and they're also pretty similar there. So. He's really clean, playing up very aggressively, but I think also maybe at the cost of his own CS just a little bit. OP is actually walking back to bottom, but he's holding up the TP if he finds an opportunity in another lane. But I guess there isn't really anywhere that's too gank. The Puck's a little bit of an unreliable kill, and the Centaur is just a beefcake currently. So neither one of those is too easy.
He's just cultivating mass on this set.
Yeah, he's bulking.
Yeah, the endless bulk. That's what I've been doing during quarantine.
Yeah, just promo bulk. If it fits your macros.
I mean, Palmer's fit my macro. Alright, we've got some aggression happening on this top side. OP's TP'd in the bait.
Pops a stampede. Fisher only onto one. Here comes the Sonic Wave. I don't think he really connected onto anything. Sweet whip from OP as he just tries to walk off the Dream Coil. Not the right timing at all as he snapped it at the very last second. Ooh, I think he would have actually lived if he just stood still until the coil ran out and then blinked, but...
Yeah. And the even worse part is that this bottom tower is going to go down to Silo, who's just continuing to free farm up. He's very happy with this. Underneath the tier 2 tower as well. Also force the rotation through, and he can just safely rotate back through the jungle, or even maybe take this tri-camp area, deny some of the farm out that some Sparking Arrow might be able to get.
And this is actually a disaster. Losing, like TPing like that, using ultis, just losing 2 tier 1s, no trade at all. That really hurts. And before that point, they were a little bit ahead, but really not using the resources very effectively. DD just buying a bunch of small items, really tanking up. I mean, he knows what his role is this game. It's just to hold out until the Naga Siren is truly online. But this bottom tier 1 is going to be a big obstacle for them this game. It seems like they're just not really equipped to go and take that. And it's not going to be easy now that especially since they've lost this tier 1 bottom. They don't really have any way to stage for the bot team.
Yeah, and they've lost the outposts as well. They're going to be able to recover 1 just in time. No, I don't think Lich will get there fast enough. 2.
Felix is being meme lord.
They got it.
Yeah, they got it.
No, it was 150 each. I don't think they got the top 1 in time.
No, I think they did.
Was it?
My thing just says outpost controlled by the Dire 150.
Oh yeah, true. I just saw the each and I was like, who?
Yeah, alright, well that was a pretty nice rotation. That's definitely going to be helpful for them. Razor is just straight rushing BKB. Again, his job this game is just he has to sort of sustain lives while the Naga farms. He's the springboard. And well, Ehome just running in now. Nothing to say. It's going to be going for a Veil first. Not level 6 quite yet, otherwise I think he would probably drop the macro fire here just to push this out.
He's doing a good job though. Got a bit of range though. Get dived here, takes some damage from the illusory, but...
Ooh, nice slight chains onto 2. Faith Beyond does have the Stampede. They're also going to drop the coil. Net comes out onto Innocence. I think he's sitting there wondering exactly why there was an ice bath thrown at him, and they're just going to send Faith Beyond forward with the Frost Shield. Sylar still just been farming up over at bottom. Really no pressure on him whatsoever. And the Queen of Pain does have a Sonic Wave ready to use and a TP scroll off cooldown. We'll see if they're actually going to try for anything here at mid. This is kind of the problem with the 4 Shaker, that he's also not really contributing a whole lot at this stage of the game.
Yeah, we've got this macro pyre. I wonder, yeah, they've got the Song of the Siren leveled up as well here, and the 1 point into the end snare on the Naga Siren. So you've got some capability to have these team fights, and with the Queen of Pain as well, going for a little bit of an unusual item build, the Mechanism coming up online in about 160. I mean, will she even have the full mana to get off her full gamut of spells?
I'm not sure that she will. I don't mind it. It is just another nice team fight item, and I still think that the plan in this game is very much, all right, everybody just go and they can in fights while we wait for Naga to do her thing. We'll see if it works.
Seems like they're just trying to bait out the Stampede from the center. Red Panda standing on the front lines, being that juicy target, and have to know on Ehome that the rest of the team is standing right behind him.
Leon has cultivated even more mass. He's got the Hood of Defiance on top of this Vanguard.
He's looking thick!
Yeah. How many C's, Danog?
I'd say about... let's go with 5.
Yeah, I think 5 C's is appropriate. Anyway, they're still just trying to use the Retaliate to bring this tower down. Pantheon like goes in, takes a couple of shots, sizes out the reaction. They're trying to bait with this Earthshaker illusion. Oh, I mean, Dream Coil, but it's only really onto 1. Here, gonna drop that all the spell. Good start on the hunt. This is really good damage. And here comes Felix from the sideline.
Quap's
They're gonna get 2 kills, and here comes the net. Basically, getting locked down. I think he was just running past to maybe try and find a Tiki opportunity. He's gonna get brought down. Ooh, Sparking Arrow. Very nice little play there with the illusion bait, especially.
I mean, the thickness just wasn't enough to resist.
No.
Kept turning his booty at that tower, but didn't do much. And OP, it has to be said, like, he TP'd towards the end, but didn't really do all too much. He TP'd in on about, like, 20% mana, so he got a Shadow Strike off, and that was about it.
Yeah, they really didn't need the Quap for very much there. I guess we're gonna have to see with this last dealer. Sylar, he's been out farming. He's doing all right. I mean, he's not that far ahead of the Naga, truth be told, and I'm not even sure what his big timing is going to be this game. Looks like he's just going for the halberd. Another macro pyre getting dropped at mid. John coming in to finish this off. OP just sneaks a haste turn out from underneath.
Oh wow, our Naga Siren slowly farming more up, has got the Asha completed, slowly sipping on those clarities, and about halfway towards that ultimate orb to finish up the Manta Star.
DD's pretty tanky. I don't know if this is the catch that they're looking for. Jinkyu with just a quick jump away. What's the neutral item situation? Wait, has neither team planted their mango tree? Hello?
I mean...
Hello?
What season do you think it is in the Dota world right now? Because maybe it's not mango season.
It's apparently not mango season. I'm just, I'm seeing cores buying clarities and nobody's planting the mango tree. Oh, nothing to say, you gotta get away. Just drops the Dream Coil, just gets netted, and that's just gonna end up being a wasted ulti.
And the snap at the end, because why not?
Yeah.
I mean, it gets them all 4 bounties, yeah.
Okay. That's pretty nice. Yeah, maybe not the best timed smoke creation from Sparking Arrow. Like, even if they hadn't run into him, I don't think they would have been there in time to contest anything. Taking dagger mid, and he's a beefy boy, but is he going to be beefy for the Stampede pop? So that's another ultimate that Ehome utilizing, and it's not really finding them anything. And this is worrying, right? They're on a clock, so ultimate is kind of buying Sparking Arrow another 100 seconds here, another 60 seconds there. Concerning, to say the least.
I really feel like this is either that Manta style. As soon as he finishes it up, I think Sparking Arrow should start to get real aggressive. We've got this Earthshaker who's got his Echo Slam back off cooldown without the Stampede and without the Dream Coil, although it's come back up online now.
Do they even have to? I still think their game plan is very much. Maybe it would be great. It would be great to go and get this bottom tier 1.
Yeah.
I would be totally on board with trying to go and get a tower. I don't know if they really need to go and get too many kills, but I really think they should open up the map a little bit more, because Ideally, they want this Naga sitting down here bottom, stealing farm from the Radiant jungle, farming Ancients, just doing Naga Siren things.
Yeah, and like you're saying, they can prioritize that bottom side. You know, as Dire, one of the big advantages that you get is the fact that you get to take control of both of these ancient camps as soon as this tier 1 tower is gone. So they don't really have the strongest Roche taking lineup themselves. They do want to deny it out a little bit from the Radiant too. So that top tier 1 tower is still pretty important because then you can put a lot more safety towards keeping your outpost on the top side.
Felix is getting close to his blink.
Not if he dies though.
Yeah. TP. Innocent. Seduce gaze range. There you go. He's got it. And Fisher not even gonna end up coming out. Jin Q. Scouting. And he does get jumped. And he knows that the Razor's around here farming. There was a nice defensive ward from SAG, so DD just gonna back himself up. And they don't quite get the tower that they were hoping for, but King's still able to bring down the tier 1 at top, and he does have that full manta. He's actually just going to be rushing the Scotty here, so really just the full tank build for him.
Give him the stats, great against the lifestealer. They have much in the form of healing, not really. Oh, some aggression happening here onto the Naga.
Chain Frost, but nice micro sending the illusions away, so not going to be too many bounces. Trying to decide if his team is coming over here to help out. They're trying to jump in to get the interrupt there. And OP looking like they might be in a little bit of danger. OP, I think, could survive. He's got a blink off cooldown in a second. Heads up towards the high ground. Can they get the interrupt? No, they can't. And, well, Red Panda, the only casualty, but with Song down, Ehome should be able to get a little bit more aggressive. So they do have a lot of their ultis on cooldown for the time being.
Space was created in the end. You've got DD who's just popped his Eye of the Storm to do a bit of farming for himself, realizing how important that BKB timing is.
Yeah, he really needs that to be able to fight. OP getting pretty close to some Greaves here on the Quap. Nothing to say, he's just going to be going for eggs. And alright, so yeah, they finally get this Naga Siren down here. Nothing to say, gonna TP, and they realize how important this bottom tier 1 is. So, gonna spend a little bit of extra time and attention trying to hold on to it. But they do have more SAG heroes rotating through now.
Gonna have to soon though, because top tier 2 and mid tier 2 are being pushed in here by Ehome. It's some good timing for the 4 to 5, pushes out 2 waves effectively. What do you reckon this Queen of Pain was? You know, we saw the weird mechanism build coming out from her early, obviously just wanting to sustain in team fight, but the Greaves makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you get caught out by the Waning Rift, you can just dispel it straight off and blink away. Oh, that's not the first BKB use you want, DD.
Oh,
I think he tried to catch out. Try and catch out? I don't know.
I'm not sure, yeah.
I think it was the Ember Spirit and he just remnanted it away, but why would you be against an Ember Spirit that's positioned 4?
Maybe he was just worried that there was going to be, like, maybe he got chained and was just worried that there was going to be a Centaur jump. So just popped it, but yeah, that kind of sucks. I'll cool down for a little while. Rushing AC here, but Naga has already taken up residence over in the Radiant jungle. And yeah, going back to your point, I really like this Greaves on the Quap, actually. Because I think if you buy Yules, you might still just die anyway, right? Like, you're going to maybe Yules the chains. And then when you come back down, like, Stitch has moved into position and he's just going to gaze you. Or, or there's going to be a stomp or something like that. So the Greaves seems like a much more reliable way to get out. And also a nice team fight.
Alright, so Sparking Arrow just tried going for a gank here onto the park, popped the Song of the Siren to do so, but down. I think they thought he went up.
Oh, okay. Well, he's fine. So now pressure coming top. OP. Like I said, fairly tanky. Not going to be the easiest to bring down. Shinkyu is rotating into the neighborhood. Still just going to take him whatever farm he wants. He is still #1 on the net worth. doing a pretty good job keeping up with the Naga Siren, who does have a couple of nice wards now and the outpost to be able to farm around. So this should be
that OP.
Yeah, pretty tanky. Sylar not really doing all that much damage, and now Naga comes TPing, and here comes the net. He does still have the rage in the backline. They drop the Dream Coil onto the Razor, but he's still got a BKB. So Sparking Arrow looking fine for this fight, and OP actually jumping forward aggressively. Felix only 100 gold shy of his Blink Dagger at this point. Wishing that he had it. OP goes jumping in aggressively, but relying on the Jakiro to help him out a little bit here. And the tankiness from those Guardian Group. They get the Echo on top of Jinky. Here comes the Sonic Wave. He's not dead just yet. DD finally popping the BKB and gets the Link out of the Lifestealer, but Sylar's fast, so not really too much of a problem for him. Now he comes back in looking for a little bit more of a fight. He does have the rage available. OP gonna finish off Innocence. There's still nobody dead yet. OP surviving with the Greaves. Finally the Greaves goes down. Why is nobody dead yet, Danos? They get another Ice Path on the Sylar. He's tanking through everything. Nothing to say arrives to this fight. He jumps into the back wall and he gets rooted up though.
Lifestealer's in the
center. With the chain stun. Here comes the jump in, but Face Behind, he jumped into the Ice Path. They're not going to get the immediate jump that they were looking for on DD, but they will still get the kill. Now the Naga, the next target, the Fissure coming out. Felix looking for the chain stun. Nice Ice Path. They're focusing on the Centaur first. Now they turn their attention over towards the Lifestealer. Triple kill for the Naga Siren. Oh boy.
Alright, I want to see this fight recap. Where'd all the damage come from? I mean, Naga Siren, obviously just standing there, you know, you got those first key items. Didn't even have the full Skadi completed, although, is that what's rushing through on the career over the mid lane? Yes, it is. And I think Sonic Wave even only hit onto one, just the Ember Spirit. Yeah, just
like it clipped him for a second, and I think this is where the Naga starts to take over the game, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that they have the. Even if they get the jump on the Naga, I don't.
I want to see this fight recap. Where'd all the damage come from? I mean, Naga Siren, obviously just standing there. You know, you've got those first key items. Didn't have the full Skadi completed, although is that what's rushing through on the career over the mid lane? Yes, it is.
There's nobody else that you need to bother linking.
Sonic Wave even only hit onto one, just the Ember Spirit.
I really think this is SAG's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, I mean, now as well that you've finished up that Guardian on the Naga Siren, you have to commit so much more attention to be able to take down these illusions if you just chuck them in one of the side lanes. You know, pressure's going to be mounting all throughout the map, and they don't really have the builds on these heroes to deal with it.
Let it be known that I'm still a big Ember 4 hater. I don't think it's worth picking this hero just for slight chains. Like, I don't quite get it. Because I feel like
they were thinking it was going to be over by now.
Maybe. I feel like you're not utilizing your other spells when you play this hero.
Nice
now they're getting blocked off a little bit. The rage getting forced out. Those just have to run back. Red Panda back behind the tower. Does have an Ice Path available. Catches it onto Jin Q. But no follow-up. Felix does have the Blink Dagger off cooldown now. So if he sees a good target, could go for a jump. Nothing to say. Just pressuring out top. Does almost have the Aghanim Scepter complete here on the top. Naga just continuing to get bigger and bigger. Just gonna go straight into the butterfly next. So get all the survivability from the Skadi to live against the nukes. Get the butterfly to live against the Lifestealer auto attacks. And at that point, what's gonna kill you?
Not all too much. They might catch out Tuck here, wisely standing inside this tree line, but kills itself soon. Song worth popping.
Jumps a little bit further. It actually goes in the opposite direction just to ensure the TP out.
Committing hard for it. Nagasara just caught in these trees next to the Fissure.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they went looking for him just in case he was hiding up there waiting to cut another wave, so they even put the high ground ward down. Okay, so Sylar's almost got his AC. I don't think his next item is really going to matter too much for his team. Like, maybe the full Mjolnir would be nice to have as well, but it already feels like he's peaking a little bit. This is a decent timing. They've also got the Aghanim Scepter picked up on the puck, so I think they have to just go and see if they can make something happen, because otherwise they're just going to get outscaled.
I mean, with this Dream Coil, though, it needs to be so on point with nothing to say. Sparking Arrow, they don't mind taking these fights in a enclosed space. You've got an Earthshaker, you've got a Queen of Pain, you've got a Naga Siren, so you've got insane amounts of setup.
Yeah. maybe the Dream Coil is going to enable the Lifesteal a little bit better, right? They can use the Dream Coil to control the Razor now, and that is going to make Tyler's game a little bit easier.
Yep.
But yeah, still going to be so reliant on finding the right jump, like you're saying. And over mid, they see nothing to say. Here comes the chain stun. They're deploying the Echo just to make sure, but he does actually still get the phase shifts off, surviving a little bit longer. And now he gets the blink away. Okay. Well, not the perfect chain stun there from them. I don't even know if with the perfect chain stun to get that, he's pretty tanky.
Yeah. Heavy commitment, but Tier 2 tower taken as a result, so not the worst again. It just feels like even when things don't completely go Sparking Arrow's way, they still get something out of the exchange.
Another
they're trying to go in on this Quap.
There, jump in. Are the Greaves going to be enough survivability here? They've got the lockdown and OP dead. Nice 3-man fish. Here comes the rest of the team. They're getting the net down. They just got the Dream Coil, but they're just looking to retreat. DD pretty much breaking that instantly. Hasn't popped the BKB yet. And does finally manage to get off the Yule Scepter. BKB trying for the walkway. Sylar still chasing him. Naga losing a little bit of life, but they have the Centaur Jin-Q. Okay, that's cute. Gets a little bit of damage out as he jumps back, but alright, just ends up being offlane for offlane at the end of the day.
You just needed the deep skip, that's all they wanted, just pump up those numbers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can't have the lowest hero damage at the in-game screen.
Never.
It's a battle of him versus Innocence.
I mean, Innocence has got some pretty good chain frost stuff, so...
Yeah, I think he has, so it could be a bit of a contest here. But Naga's almost got the butterfly. Sylar, what has he picked up? He's got some spider legs. Might need to get those into his little slot nice and fast. Innocent. Felix does still have a Fisher available. He's actually going to opt as well. Okay.
He didn't connect with the stun or the
he wanted to block off the ramp, I guess. Yule's keep protecting himself for a second. Can he get a slide up? That's going to buy him a little bit more time. He does get the jump away. Not fire on the target. Does just disengage for a second, sending in the illusions. They are going to get cleaned up pretty nicely by the Centaur. Here comes the Dream Coil onto 2, and they're just going to immediately break the coil. So the combination from Red Panda, here it comes onto 2. Lifesteal are losing a ton of health. Sylar brought them pretty much immediately. Faith Beyond in the back line does get up into a nice stomp. Looking for another spike chains, perhaps needs to be careful. Another jump away, but the remnants have only been defensive, and OP is now hot on his heels. They have any way to interrupt this? Maybe the Yules, but not quite in range for DD.
Not quite. And this is the time, if any, that you were going to be taking Roshan. You've got Naga Siren that's tanky as hell. Even this DD Razor used to have it, but the DD Razor was up online in that fight. But yeah, you're not going to have the reprisal coming through. Even then, you didn't have the Earthshaker coming through with the Echo Slam. Still 10 seconds on when the Naga Siren had her ultimate being used. But again, we just saw the flexibility with these weird combos.
Yeah, even with that, they still win that team fight seemingly pretty easily. It really feels like Ehome need to they need to dump all of their spells on the Naga all at once. Otherwise, there's just no way to win the fight. And well, that's gonna get a hell of a lot harder now that he's got this Aegis.
Yeah, you gotta do it twice.
Yeah, I don't think they have the resources for that. So.
No, and now you also have to contend against a Spirit Vessel. So suddenly, that lifesteal of the Feast ain't doing all so much.
Yeah. They're being kited around a little bit. Spider legs are going to help, but they don't have too much other scaling going on. Like Bit Beyond just working his way towards Halberd. Puck is just picking up a Dagon, but
yes. Who do you use that on the Quap?
Yeah, maybe. Just I guess whoever you get to jump on, but the Jakiro and the Shaker are both relatively tanky at this point themselves.
Yep.
That is kind of one of the benefits of this support duo. Maybe if you're Ehome, you have to just shift into some kind of like Dota mode. I don't know if you can win a team fight anymore.
Luck with that. Oh, we've got Naga Siren indeed chasing. I mean, there's not really much risk.
Yeah.
Forcing the chain.
Cross deploy, but it's just going to get completely soaked up by these illusions. It does seem like it's going to get Innocence out of harm's way. Over at mid lane, Puck trying to cut the wave. Is going to get the blink away. Nothing to say. Dropping the Dream Coil just to prevent in pursuit. and it seemed like Ehome kind of going into rat mode a little bit, at least to try and wait out the Aegis.
I suppose. I mean, they used the Sonic Wave for that, which I thought was really questionable, you know. If you didn't, then suddenly you had a team fight where there's no Chain Frost, and you do have the ultimate advantage. They had some good movement, taking over the Radiant jungle a little bit, allowing DD to farm a bit more freely here, but that's not really where they want to play, right? They've got these 2 tier 2 towers on the top side. You want to take over their one remaining safe haven, which is this Tricam.
Using the Sonic Wave like that is fine, just because I don't think there's any world where, judging by the way that Ehome have been playing, that they are not at all interested in committing you know, multiple heroes to a fight. They are just playing full rat, split on all 3 lanes, buying time.
Right, but then you can just take these tier 2 towers, right, if they're not at all interested.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if can all just walk mid, because I think they're worried about the side lanes constantly getting pressured the way that they are. So they are kind of making their way mid now. We do get a little bit of chain lockdown onto Xingqiu. Just the time these stuns properly. Let's have a remnant out, so that should just be fine. He almost does it for him. Okay, so now they get their opportunity to finally roll up on this tower. It's taking them a little while.
I mean, they've got a lot more push potential now with this Eye of the Storm. Just completely committed on to team fights. You could use it to convert into some tower damage. They're going to be able to catch out the Sandberg. Maybe not.
Gets the jump away. Still pressuring time. What is he going for here? He does actually have the full MKB completed. So that maybe gives them a little bit more Naga killing potential. God King is just going for a Abyssal Blade here.
Put out the puck, but able to get away just in time. No, the net not landing onto it. Just need to be as slippery as possible. And best to push out the lanes. And succeeding in the end. That Observer Ward not there anymore, and TP back to safety.
They've done a really good job of buying time, has to be said. I mean, there's only another, 40 seconds remaining on this Aegis. Giving themselves that little bit more of an opportunity. I know that Sylar is also the kind of player where if he feels like buying a Rapier is the way to win the game, then he is gonna make the play. And they're actually hitting a little bit of a timing here. Aegis is getting reclaimed. They've got a Shadow Blade on their Centaur. They've also picked up a gem, just to make sure that these movements around the map are that little bit more secure, and really looking for these pickoffs. If they can't win a 5v5, then they might just try and force it to be a 4v5 instead.
I think they use that Shadow Blade under the this Observer, the Radiant jungle. He hasn't been de-watered just yet by it. To back up on Sparking Arrow, fight around more of their safe areas.
Yep. And they just take out this tier 2. Now, kind of getting towards the high ground. Naga feeling pretty confident. Over at mid lane, DD is still waging this war of attrition with the Puck, who is continuing to be a big nuisance. They're going to try and force them back, and actually already getting half HP on this top tier 3 tower. But Ehome's still poking and prodding. I think trying to force a mistake from Sparking Arrow where, you know, they don't back up cleanly before this kind of TP happens, and then Ehome are able to force a 4v5 engagement. So far they've been good. They've been really disciplined in making sure that they back up before anybody TPs to the other lanes. So they're still kind of getting chased here. I think he's fine.
Be okay.
To the ends of the
much time as you can. I mean, the thing is as well, level 25 on some of these heroes is scary for both sides, because with that Puck, you've got on the waiting Riv cooldowns. So every 5 seconds, you've got half seconds done. What can the supports do about that? Not much. And then suddenly when this Queen of Pain hits level 25, you've got that Scream of Pain. So if you're really on point and can land right on top of this Puck, you've got that initial lockdown that you need to be able to burst it.
Yeah, it's... Who's actually closest, right? Lifestealer 22, Naga level 22, Razor level 22.
Even.
Puck 21. Yeah, the metrics in this game are still fairly close. Net worth at least only about 5k. Experience a little bit bigger, and 10k. The two supports on Ehome I don't think are getting a ton. The win probability in the last couple of minutes actually moving slightly back towards Ehome, but still heavily on the Sparking Arrow side. Ooh, Fisher was pretty close. Faith Beyond. Just careful with this courier.
He doesn't have a TP.
No, and they're gonna. They see this courier with the TP scrolls heading over, so Felix is onto him. He knows what's going on, and he's looking.
What could this be?
Oh,
they've got the scan.
But they didn't realize that he blinks the other way. Oh man.
I mean, surely the value play is somehow macro pyring horizontally, right? To cut out as many of those trees as you can.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I guess he went in the area where they hit the scan, right? Or did they not even try?
They didn't try.
Didn't even try. Okay. All right, well, time.
I mean, Ehome's gonna like this because the one that's pushing out these towers right now in these lanes is the Naga Siren on Sparking Arrow, whereas the one that's doing it on Radiant side is the Puck. And who's gonna get more levels? Who's gonna reach that level 25 first? It's gonna be the Puck.
And Nothing to Say is actually insanely difficult to kill now. He's got the Aeon Disc as well, and the Quickening Charm. It's like, what can you even do? They've got to jump over a middle, and here comes the Abyssal Blade. Jin Q, your shenanigans will not save you this time around, my friend.
Okay. It's only a +4 though, not the worst.
Yeah. Okay, he's just got a Lotus Orb picked up. Alright, so everybody is just trying to kind of figure out ways that they make this Life Stealer still work. Sylar is going for BKB, so just wants all the Magic community in the entire world. Top is going for a Hex. What's our neutralizing situation?
Well, we've just got a new wave of them coming out, right? So all of them already picked up on Sparking Arrow, obviously. So it's going to be wanting to there with the fast reach.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
On
Lich isn't even anywhere close to it, actually, only level 13.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like, I just saw the Ninja Gear come out from the Ember Spirit, and there's this cool little interaction where if you get an Aether Lens plus the cast range talent and you pop the Ninja Gear, you can actually Sinister Gaze from Invis or from smoke.
Okay. Pretty cool. Man, Ehome smoked up here. Okay, so they deal with these illusions mid. They're running out. They don't have any vision to play around, so I think they're really just smoking to try and reestablish control over their little tri-camp area. They do get the ward up on the high ground. They've got that gem in the inventory of Innocence. They're scouting the Roshan. Well, they're not scouting the Roshan, actually. It's a dire courier. But they know that they need this foothold back. They can't afford to just be completely trapped inside their base.
They're going to go for the outpost as well. They don't want to lose out on this experience battle.
Yeah, they might try.
Lane though, have to be careful.
Yeah, that's always dangerous territory. That's a good day. Feeling pretty. Aeon Disc, so that's going to help keep him alive. He does get the fade out. There's the blink, and he is gone. So he's good.
Start coming out here on Sparking Arrow's side.
Yeah, I feel like they should just run at this outpost and make sure that they don't get experience. Really shouldn't let them have it. Should be pretty easy. DD is kind of in the middle of nowhere here, but I think Ehome are actually worried that the rest of it... Now they've realized, they're like, wait a second, DD, you can't be here. Your Naga is showing on our outpost. What are you up to, buddy?
Profit. Scythe of Ice on the
Panda. Got anything going on? They do the image. Here comes the Hex onto the life until they are going to get the Stampede away. Sylar actually just looking for the turnaround. No spells from Felix, and now they're focusing on the OP God surviving for a little bit longer. Nice Force Staff gets the blink away now. They do have a full drain going onto Sylar, but he pops the BKB, so still surviving. Q trying to hold them back. And the net is going to connect on Sylar. Now has the Rage as the BKB wears out. End up being a couple of support deaths at the end of the day.
You know you're having a rough one as a life stealer when you're forced to go the BKB as well on top of your rage, but saving him that time around.
Definitely the right item, right? Otherwise he would have just caught an Ice Path and died for sure.
Well, yeah.
I'm with Sylar on this one. He's just going to go back to the Mjolnir here. Naga is going to be going for a blood.
Close.
Yeah.
Was that the abyssal reveal as well? Or?
No, it got revealed mid when they killed the Amber. Remember? Yeah.
So he's 6 slotted.
Yeah,
I have a better item than this ring of kill though.
Yeah, that's true. I'm kind of wondering if I guess we'll just have to see if Bloodthorn is the item. He had an AC queued up a little bit earlier, and I was kind of wondering if he would opt for that instead, but I guess deciding that he wants that little bit of extra deeps.
Felix, he's on the prowl a little bit. I'm surprised he didn't stand next to that creep camp as it died, because he's so close to hitting that level 3 slam timing.
They're running a Sylar. Do they have the chains done? They try and start with the Fisher. Here comes the Abyssal Blade. He's still living, gets the Rage up, plus the Stampede. No problem against the Link. Q gonna be looking for a side chains. Red Panda does find a nice stun, but Sylar still gonna be fine. They do get the net onto Jin-Q, but he's got a Yules. Felix waiting for his opportunity. He's got another Fisher now. Can he find a good Echo? That's gonna be the big question. Jin-Q actually manages to cancel his Blink, I believe. Now he's the one netted down. Facing up, nice stop. Helping to protect the Ember a little bit longer. Nothing to say. Comes in with the dig. Can't quite get the pop onto the Quap, and Sylar needs to run off his leash, but he's got the Spider Legs to help him out. Facing on still tanking a lot in the beginning of this fight. The Naga not looking all that healthy, gets stunned up one more time, and now brought down. This is a huge opportunity for Ehome. What more can they get? DD doesn't even get the TP out successfully. BKB betraying him, doesn't have the duration. And now looking like he might just get chased down by Sylar. Jin-Q with one more jump in. That's a double kill for nothing to say, and that is a 4-for-1 team fight in favor of Ehome.
Going for these little victories there, and succeeding on Ehome's side. Felix holding onto the Echo Slam that entire time, just couldn't find the perfect initiation. You don't want to waste it onto a position 5 solo. You don't want to have it popped onto the Life Stealer, and then he just has his BKB up, he has his Rage up, and they didn't really have the follow-up either. So, key proposition to take. Displays. He can try and make something happen around this Roche pit. He's got items in his inventory. Free.
He doesn't really have any way of knowing when it's going to be. They hit him with the scan successfully. All right, they found it. Felix, see ya. Well, he wanted to try. Now dead. Aegis and Cheese going to be claimed, and. Yeah, the Naga died surprisingly easily in that last fight. I do have to easy game for Felix, right? Like you're saying, he can't dealer. He also can't really go on the puck because of the Aeon Disc. So he really has to wait a long time to find a good opportunity. But they need something out of their Shaker in these fights, because he just had 0 contribution to the last one.
Yeah. Now, to make things worse, you do have that level 25 puck. Silences that are going to be coming through. They've gone on.
Yeah, but he's got the disc. He does get silenced up. Stampede drops the Dream Quote. Naga thinking about the song, figuring out that he needs to use it.
Got the evasion as well, so realizing, well, I got popped in that last fight. Myself a little bit for KB.
This Havoc Hammer is actually pretty sick for picking up. It actually gives them more tools to be able to kill if he's not putting the damage. They've actually got the Sinister Gaze as well. Can they keep him alive? He gets silenced. Manta's out. Finally, the song comes through, but Sylar's still chasing him. Can they get a good combination going with the Ice Path? Red Panda's thinking about it, but it looks like Sparking Arrow just want to go for the full-on retreat. Felix closes the door with the Fisher, and they will just get themselves back out of there. But that did cost them their BKB on the Razor as well.
The Echo prospect was so tempting there for the Earthshaker. 4 heroes clumped up in one spot, but probably the wise decision because didn't have any way to turn it back around with any follow-up damage.
Yeah, they really needed to be able to kind of turn and fight there.
Got that Bloodthorn as well, and Puck is now priority number 1. At least if you can catch her in the next 15 seconds, that Aeon Disc back up online very, very short.
Yeah, and not even walking around with boots anymore. Doesn't really need it for the mobility. Has a refresher orb picked up. Jin-Q almost dying at top, but he's actually doing okay, and becoming a little more of a core as this game goes on. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, and now also working his way towards the Radiant. So in the absence of any other big threats from SAD, everyone is just being able to full-on itemize against this Naga, and it does seem to be working. Salah is just slapping a tier 3 at top.
Yes, they already used the flip previously when they were taking that tier 3 mid push, and if they were to kill him, he's got that Aegis, and it's up for another 2. That's 15, so just give a prospect.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
They need their lockdown to connect. I guess the problem is that so much of their damage is happening to Naga. She gets spoiled. She really did. Here comes an ice path, but Tyler's still tanking everything on the front line. PD with the auto attacks is putting some damage onto him. Aegis is to be reclaimed relatively soon.
Still a while.
Jump into the back lines. He's trying to be a nuisance, not going to let the Earthshaker get anything done. And Ehome's still super helpful. Salar's still just sieging. OP's got the Hex. Can they maybe find some kind of a chain initiation? They got to worry about the Glimmers, the Lotus, the Aegis.
Look at this great space between all the Ehome heroes. No one is next to each other. They don't want to get caught in multi-man echo slam.
Yeah, they're not making life easy. But they do collapse a little bit here onto Red Panda. Song coming through. Can they find a good target? Tyler with the BKB just going to be a nuisance. Won't make it easy for the Jakiro to do his job in this fight. They've already dropped the Invincible under him. The Naga gets silenced up by the Lotus Reflect.
There's the Echo.
Finally drops it out. They offer getting a combo off, but the Aegis and the Cheese going to put Ehome back. Fighting shape. Faith beyond a little bit low. The Dream Call does come out. Tyler just going to try and walk this one off. Rage going to help out somebody. Doesn't have the BKB anymore. Can they continue the pursuit? It has to be the question. And actually, Ehome going to go looking for the turnaround. GD walking perhaps a little bit too far forward. Does get the Yules off. Ice path from Red Panda helping to keep him alive, but in a pretty compromised position. Naga trying to fight, but is she actually doing any damage? It just doesn't seem like it. Getting kited around, the Abyssal getting reflected, dead for 100 seconds. I really thought that this was going to be a freer Naga game, but in the end, Ehome have done it. They played their rat game, they got their items, and they are getting the 48-minute win.
Yeah, just say really starting to come online there. Being a nuisance down the lanes, just shoving things in and getting those key burst items, you know. You can't protect too much against the Dagon 5 when you've got all that cooldown reduction on your side. And then once you hit the level 25 as well, it just seemed like foregone. Nice echo at the end. It just wasn't enough. No one actually died on Ehome's side, even after that was
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
I must press the add button.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Welcome back, everybody, to more DPL-CDA. We got game 2 of Ehome versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. And as we were just saying, Ehome, they're on top of the board. They're 6-0 so far, and now 1 game away from making it 7-0. I think at that point they might actually be almost guaranteed first. Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking about, right? That they've only got, like, IG already have 2 losses, LGD already have 2 losses, and Ehome only have 2 matches left. So, and they beat both of those teams. Obviously, they've beaten everyone head-to-head so far. So Ehome definitely getting close to maybe taking the whole league here. We've already got our bans coming through. We've got Chen, Timber, Veno, PL on the Ehome side. We've got the Void Spirit, ES, Ember, and the Treant being banned by SAG. I guess you could say, well, they're not all position 4 heroes, but a couple of 4s in there, and Ehome just gonna go straight for the Pangolier.
Pick something a little bit odd again, you reckon?
What, on SAG?
Yeah.
Or because Pango's not unusual at all, right? That
No,
hero
no.
owns. Yeah. I don't know what they're gonna do. I guess the Clinks is in the pool. Maybe they'll go for that.
Dire team pick.
Dragon Knight.
All right. Well, that's not out of the ordinary. That's just Dragon Knight and an Ancient Apparition. All right. And the immediate response from Ehome is the Shadow Demon.
Radiant team ban.
Way to deal with it. You know, get the Dragon Tail into someone, disrupt, useless. Soul Catcher, obviously really effective against the Dragon Knight, and then just put the Demonic Purge onto him, and then unless he KBs, it's hard to catch anyone.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I already like this potential support duo from. I do think I prefer the Pango in the 4 a little bit more than the 3, but still also very, very good as a 3 position. Sparking Arrow. They've got the last overall pick, so I really can't imagine that they're looking at putting the Dragon Knight on the mid lane. So it's more than likely heading to the off lane sort of role.
Yeah.
They do just go for the Nyx Assassin. I don't mind this. I kind of like it as a support duo with the Ancient Apparition, but I think you have to be careful in that it really weakens the potential team fight contribution of your supports.
Consistent team fight contribution, right? You have to have. I mean, we saw how that affected them last time, right? There were a couple of team fights where Earthshake was like, I want to go in, but it's not optimal, or I might die if I do, and then suddenly you've had a 4v5 team fight, right? And done nothing.
Yep.
Shadow Demon, he's always going to be there.
For sure. He's pretty much always going to get his spells off and do something. Ehome just picking up the Kunkka SAG. Pretty early Storm Spirit pickup here. I mean, I guess there isn't a ton of lockdown for it. For the most part, you can just avoid Kunkka's spells, the zip. But very reliant on kind of the pickoff for the early to mid game, and I'm now wondering if Ehome just shift gears into a very aggressive kind of lineup, right? There's still a Lycan in the pool, which I think would go very unpunished this game, at least until later on.
Yeah.
What else?
The push right now on Sparking Arrow is wave clear is lacking on their supports, to say the least.
Yeah, and they're just kind of early game. All they've really got target pick off kind of stuff, and that's where the Shadow Demon's going to be really good. And I just don't see them team fighting into Pango Kunkka. Those two heroes are just team fight monsters. So
yeah, I mean, if this Pango can make, if it is indeed the position 4, if he can make it out of that laning stage with any semblance of levels, I think just set yourself in a really...
I even think
Dire team ban.
like position 1 Dazzle here.
Beastmaster.
Run the game over that way. They pick up the Beastmaster, so they are thinking along those lines of just playing a fast group up and push.
Well, what can...
Dire team pick.
Just gonna be Fuzzy Wuzzy.
What are your thoughts on the Battle Furiosa that we've seen a lot more recently?
I don't that much. I've seen it a little bit, but I think it's mostly in situations where the Ursa knows that the game is like guaranteed to drag a little bit. Personally, not a very big fan. The most common build that I've been seeing recently is people getting the 202 and just rushing Abyssal Blade first item, and that seems fine. That seems pretty good.
I mean, we've seen people not put a single point to overpower until level 11, which I think is a bit of a grief.
Yeah, I don't like that.
One point, you know, it's such value.
I really don't think that, one more point in Earthshock is worth not having any points in overpower. I think the build that most people have settled on now is getting like 202, and then you leave Earthshock at 2, and then you max out everything else. So... SAG, how do you deal with this? So they're mostly looking for their position 1 pick. They could run the Dragon Knight in the safe lane if they wanted to, if they feel like they have something else that they would prefer to play up against the Ursa. So I don't know, maybe they have to take a page out of Ehome's book and go for some kind of like, off
slippery here.
Puck. Yeah, just something that's gonna like buy them time, right? And just go cut waves and be annoying that way.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to stand and fight, right? So something like a Razor sucks against this, even though you typically wouldn't mind it. It's the concurrent. But Shadow Demon, you've got that right there where you just disrupt the Razor and run away.
I really is
choose your hero.
Well, yeah, just kind of a slippery hero, I guess, but that is just going to be their position 1. So, God King, he's the one in the captain's chair. He's deciding, all right, what do I think is the game-winning hero here, and he's going to come back with the Weaver. But they are not equipped to take fights, and I don't know. I really don't like their lanes that much. I'm very worried about this. I'm worried about this Sylar Ursa just getting out of control and then just running at him.
It's like the end right now.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different Ursa loadouts that people use. Like the Battle Pass set is quite popular. The Vine one.
Yeah. Alpine
of course,
Ursa.
Anyone who's got it is rocking the Alpine Ursa. There's no questions about that.
What Arteezy uses still?
I think so, yeah. Well, but I think he's had it like forever, basically. He probably got it not too long after they or so, it's probably someone gifted it to him. It's worth a lot these days. It's ridiculous to look back and be like, oh yeah, we're removing this set because it doesn't, it's somehow like too ostentatious or silly. Look at some of the sets that we have now.
I mean, there's that, and then also the beast, the Ursa came through, the bear and the...
Yeah. True.
Alright, so you got Ehome this time?
Yeah, I really think. I think I liked SAG's draft more in this game. I may have... I think I overhyped the Naga a little bit. I really thought it was going to be a super free Naga game, but
yeah, I mean, a lot of people have conflicting views about the Naga versus the Lifestealer. I think it's about even, it depends on the stage of the game that you get
Yeah.
Because
it's not just one side as it used to be, right? When she had net that pierced magic immunity, then it was a very Naga favored matchup because you would rage and the Naga would just pop song and net you, and then your whole team couldn't help you and you would just get beat to death. But yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
No. Fine. That was basically fine.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
But we've got
Seconds to battle.
opposing jungles being invaded once. Why don't you just protect your own, you know?
I guess in general, the normally the offlane hero is more of like a fighting hero, and the safe lane hero tends to be more of just they're a farmer, so it's much easier to invade the opposing safe lane than it is to run, right? Because there's no way that like there's no way that one of the cores is going to go to a different lane. So I think that's kind of why we see this playing out the way that it does, but very quickly gets grabbed back at bottom by Sylar, so no problem there. What else is going on here? Okay, so Red Panda appears to be playing bottom for the time being, and they are going to just be sending the Nyx Assassin up to top to try and deal with this double melee lane. See how that goes.
So nicely done there by Innocence. Makes it a lot harder because as long as you're out of line of sight here.
Jinky getting gone on a little bit up here. Nice two-man stun from Felix. Just gonna hold them back. What's happening with the wave though? So Radiant range creep is already dead, so this wave is pushing in the beyond and Jinky want it to.
He's already getting that 5-stack Shadow Poison onto Red Panda, putting him real low.
Okay. At least he's got some stick charges. His mid lane going. DD doing pretty well. This is a pretty good matchup for the Storm Spirit.
Reload. That sucks. Suddenly that harass becomes a whole lot harder, and okay with the last couple of positions for the and a few stacks on him as well.
Yeah, Innocent's gonna going for I don't think it's gonna be a kill, and actually OP just turns around, hits him with the breathe fire, and that's first blood for the Dragon Knight. I mean, sure this is gonna hurt a bit when it pops, but yeah, Innocence with the whoops. I think getting a bit too eager for the stacks.
Yeah, a couple of Moose players coming through there with his career dying as well as that, and he got better at it as after the 5-1 charges were already up, or stick charges rather on the AA, but just got to stay out of that line of sight to prevent him from leveling it up. And oh man,
no. Well,
swashbuckle.
Yeah, I guess it must be. I did not catch that one on camera. I was just kind of keeping an eye at bottom, but it does get brought down. That's not good. Sylar dropping pretty low. And they do not have that Sal that Innocence purchased up, so this actually really sucks for Ursa not being able to play aggressively. Actually, Innocence is going to zone them back, and Sylar is going for the pull. Okay, does he get it? He's got it. Took a little bit of coaxing to get the range creep involved there, but do manage it. I got the sentry down at top, so Weaver just takes a kick to the derriere from Faith Beyond as he runs through.
Yeah, it's this real key timing around level 3 for Innocence that's going to be the important one for them. Up to put more into the Shadow Poison, keep the harass up, although Sylar is keen once more.
Yeah, he really wants to play aggro, but he doesn't have the help. They need that little bit of extra regen. Red Panda's just poking him down. Ooh, breathe fire. Pops the fairy fire to live. Playing a very dangerous game here at bottom. DD continuing to win mid. As expected, charging at Felix. Weaver only has 9 CS so far, and the Faith Beyond Beastmaster is 17-3. So this top lane is not going well at all for SAG.
It's honestly not the worst though when you look at the net worth.
And Red Panda's dead
this
here.
DK. Worth the trade to continue getting the CS for your DK.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's doing alright. OP God gets a little side pull going. Sylar has to make some tough decisions. Does said that he wants this range creep under the tower. And Innocent's camping out that 4-minute run. It is going to be, looks like, thing to say, grabbing it, though he does actually need to go and pick it up.
He's got to be careful. Stop the aggression coming from Faithbeyond.
Well, now Felix is just getting run down, though, and gets enough damage. Yeah, one more touch from Faithbeyond will find that kill. Oh, this top lane's a little bit of a disaster. Ursa now dies bottom. Ooh, swashbuckle in, some more damage being done to Weaver.
And that was with Faithbeyond taking off the full swarm, so he was at minus 14 armor by the end of that, just committing all of the harass onto this next assassin. Seem like they're as much on the same page here with God King as Felix.
This bottom actually got ruined by that courier snipe. I think it would have looked very different if Sylar had that salve, but just running at Red Panda. Hops over the cliff. OP coming over, doesn't have the Dragon Tail available. Sylar just gonna run out, gets out of the cold feet, Innocent's a little bit of danger. Raindrop's gonna help him out somewhat, and Sylar wants to finish off this kill. Not gonna let it go to the Shadow Poison. With a little bit more HP, now able to kind of find the opportunities he's looking for on OP. Really wanting to force him out of this lane. Storm Spirit already jungling up a little bit. DD taking a moment out of the lane to go clear a big camp, and now making his way back over as there is a bottle refill waiting for him.
Just silver service, you know.
But another side pull at bottom, but it's just the one troll, so that's gonna die pretty quickly. Yep. Neither carry having a particularly inspired game. 22-4 on the Weaver, 17-1 on the Ursa. They are both kind of... Well, I guess the Ursa's not really like a utility hero this game, but the Weaver is kind of here just to buy time, I think, for the Storm. He's the true carries. You get Dragon Tail at bottom side in a little bit of danger. That's disrupting to buy him a few more seconds, but here comes Arcane Rune Storm Spirit. DD, you gotta finish off the first kill first, then you can go for the second kill. Have your dinner before dessert. Innocence. Looks like he might have actually escaped this one. No. It's the Arcane Rune. Still gets the Longitude in. The Electric Vortex is available, and still gets both kills down here. Though Red Panda got the...
Man, forget that rule though. I'm all for dessert.
Yeah.
Any day. It doesn't need to be...
The...
Dyer's middle tower is
no one can stop you from just eating 12 cookies for dinner.
My conscience, that's about it.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Faithbeyond doing such a good job here on the top side. We've been interesting build. I mean, he's taken so much harass that he's been forced into a bottle, but got a Storm Spirit on your team. How many of those runes are you really gonna get?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. It is nice, I guess, if you get it before the bounties, but a little bit of pressure on Faithbeyond, but looks like he's gonna be fine to just walk this one off. He doesn't even have boots. Necro 1 already getting delivered, so he is gonna be a force to be reckoned with once he gets that level 6. OP popping the Dragon Form bot. Sylar looking for opportunity. Does get the jump forward. Nothing to say. Here with the boat. Disruption just to save Sylar from these stuns. He's going to pop back out and now look for the kill. Felix is in the neighborhood. OP not dead just yet. Stun completely whiffing. And actually, OP still surviving for all of this. Now the Weaver making the rotation. Innocent damage. Yeah, almost being brought down. Sylar still doesn't really have the HP. Jumps back in, finishes up the first kill. And here comes Faithbeyond with the roar. Can he get the time lapse off?
He
got mana burn
instead.
Yeah, I think he should have just time lapsed, but
he had a mango as well, so mana burn wasn't an excuse.
Yeah, well, that's not good. And now Faithbeyond cleaning up the secondary kill. Sylar lives through all of that, so he gets nice experience out of it. He does find himself a little rude here.
DD with the DD.
What is he going to be able to do? Kind of the question. Oh, instant grab that Ironwood trait. Alright. Oh, Innocence, you got to be careful, bud.
How much DD could DD have if DD...
If DD...
Then we have long DD and
yeah,
DDC.
Yeah, exactly. All right, DD popped. What are they looking for here? Kunkka, the likely target. Nothing to see, just walking away. They do have a nice ward in the lane. this rotation. So once the Storm Spirit is stuck on him, there is absolutely nothing to punish up here at top. And Red Panda, he tries to worm his way into the trees, but he is just going to be broken. Stellar has opted for the 3rd point in the Earth Shock, so we'll see if he goes all the way to the 4th point. He does. Level 7, Sylar's made his decision. They're going to lose their bottom tier 1 tower with the 2nd Elder Dragon form.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But OP got having a great. I was worried about the Dragon Knight, but those worries were unfounded. He is #1 on the net worth. And really can go for any kind of build-up that he wants here. What do you think the plan is going to be? Just Blink Crush, maybe?
Crush or Albert as well to stop a lot of this aggression. Ehome. I mean, his good start, how much of that was also due to Innocence overextending there with his Shadow Poison spam?
Yeah, giving him that first blood, and then like the first blood into the courier snipe I think was actually kind of lane ruining.
Top tower is under
Sylar is just going to be trying to pick up Vanguard first here. Jinkyu has got the Rolling Thunder available, making us very aware of that fact at bottom. CD is very slowly farming these Ancients. Alright, it's a little Iron Talon for himself.
God King, he's finished up his own power treads, so might start to become a little bit more active on the map now. He's going into, it seems like the Lincoln to be a follow-up.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, they got the courier, but it's not going to be a kill down here. Still just pressuring the 2 heroes. Cloudlar farming all by his lonesome up at top. Felix is he looking for his courier. Just be setting up to try for a kill. We're coming up now, but not going to be super easy against the Enrage. So Sylar actually continues to hit aggro. Alright, there's the break. Enrage comes out. Innocence also in the neighborhood. They're just going to hop onto Felix. He does have the spiked carapace, so Sylar's not going to stick too long. Also an ice spot that they need to be a little bit worried about. But Red Panda kind of revealing himself, going for this outpost. And Blood King, as he comes out of the Chikuchi, is well out of range of anything catching him.
Yeah, it didn't connect with the swarm, so the rest of his team didn't feel confident in following up, or at least attempting to, onto this Ursa. And now, with that tier 1 tower taken, you would think this outpost is the next objective for them. Just quickly take that one out, and then Roshan becomes much more of a scary prospect to take.
Definitely a possibility.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, so OP's got the Blink Dagger. We really need to see the smoke play and make some use of this Dragon Knight. They've got really good potential to just pop any hero. Nothing to say. It looks like he's going to be the Innocence trying to help him out. Here's the defensive disruption. So Innocence instead going to become the target. Does get the Purge out onto Open God. And now they're looking for a little bit of a turnaround. Nice Torrent boat onto 3. Faith Beyond still biding his time to set to war. Just waiting for Sylar to turn up. But where's the damage from this Ursa? They've got pretty good chain stun for him. Swashbuckle through. Jinkyu is actually going to be the one following up this team fight, and that is not the way that they were hoping that Blink Dagger reveal was going to go on the Dragon Knight.
It's an overpower, but the rest of the team just managing the early. A team fight means it's necessary. Like, fully committed to Earth Shock just to speed up his farm a little bit. I get it. And he's obviously bought more mangoes. He's got that royal jelly on himself, which is nice. I think I saw a few clarities through there as well. One less point that is, you know, 1 point in overpower. That's all I ask. It's just so effective.
But if 1 overpower is like half of an Earth Shock, that's mana that he could have to do something else with. So,
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know how much I believe my own argument there, but it does seem like Sylar's plan in this game is, I'm just going to frontline with my team. There is only so much lockdown on SAG, so long as you survive like Dragon Tail, he should pretty much be able to get the Enrage off every single time, and then he'll be right. So this is, I don't know if this is a recovery build or he just knows that his team has enough damage without him going for like the Basher first. This way he can take some very greedy farm on the map as well. Has to kind of be said. He's not at risk of just the Nyx Assassin plus the AA killing him, right? With with a Vendetta combo. Weaver running forward pretty aggressively. He uses the time lapse, but he's still X'd. Oh no, the roar for good measure. Faith Beyond just wanting to make 100% sure of that kill. And this is why you don't run up blind high grounds.
Yeah, you could see what they were trying to do. They just used the Vendetta on Felix just prior, and the Elder Dragon form available on OP God. They were kind of hiding in these bottom right area of trees here, but just dying before he was able to make their way and connect through to.
And these do kind of feel like unforced errors a little bit from Message. OP God getting gone on instant. Needs to hold on to the disruption for a TP interrupt. Sylar's just going to be chasing through. OP does get the blink away, and Felix a little bit difficult to go on with the spiked Carapace. Weaver does come down here again, and we are just going to go for another smoke. So, yeah. Storm's farming, making the way up into the high ground. I don't know about capturing the outpost in this situation, but that's the decision that they make. They're going to go to Faith Beyond. He's got all of the Necros, though. So Red Panda might just pay for this with his ice defense coming through, buying a little bit more time. Long for the Storm. About a third of his mana remaining. Ursa surviving for a little while longer. Sylar gets off the enrage, and they just turn around, bring down one. Jin still looking to clean up this fight. Faith Beyond from beyond the grave has found himself a triple kill. Can he get even more? No, that final kill is going to end up going to Jin Q. And at least Storm Spirit gets out, but disaster fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane value coming through from that Beastmaster, not able to take him down with that 18 strength that the Necro book gives him early on. It's the power of this easy build-up here. It's good for multi-facets. Great in team fights, as we saw with the triple kill. Great at pushing out lanes, and tanky as all hell.
Gold from my
he really didn't need to be alive to have full effect in us. Oh, do they have the torrent timing here? Yes, they do. Storm's locked down, nothing to say. A little bit more damage needed. Zip across, but that's the last of the Storm's mana, so he will not be able to really participate in this fight. And Sylar's still on the hunt, coming in from the other angle. OP God needs to be careful. Doesn't have the Dragon form. Red Panda's first target throws out the Ice Blast onto the Kunkka. He knows that he's going down short. OP the next target. X marks to start dragging him back. And
Toronto.
Yeah, why not? You're right. You're right here. You've got Necrobook. You've got the maxed out Inner Beast. So no reason not to.
So how close is he to picking up this Basher? Maybe even do the trick.
Yep. Oh, that's nasty. Fast Abyss on this Ursa is going to be a nightmare to deal with if you're this Weaver is still basically just having no game. Felix has already used the spike Carapace. Sylar was hunting for him. They get the slowdown. Here comes the Ice Blast, but they don't really care about that. And already a mega kill streak for Sylar.
Looks like you can't do all much of anything going straight into an Orchid on this Conqueror as well. So just trying to lock down the overextending Weaver and Storm Spirit, it seems, force him into that early BKB that neither of them want.
Yeah, I mean, Weaver is... I think he's trying for Lincoln's here.
Middle tower is under attack.
The Weaver was their last pick, and he really has had... He has not had a good enough game to justify last pick. I kind of always look at that, right? If you're going to last pick something, I feel like it's got to be a pretty good game for it, but the lane just went poorly, and now like...
You have all of the information. Easily just counter what.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, tell me what the 1v5 hero is this game. It does not seem like Weaver is. You know, they are kind of playing for the Storm Spirit late game, but Storm also hasn't been farming much either. And just continue. Jin Q with the Rolling Thunder at bottom. I think just kind of clearing out the wave. I don't know if there was ever really a plan of taking a team fight down here. Avoiding trade.
He's happy to do it.
Tier 2.
I mean, Weaver as well, you've got that extended swashbuckle slash mage now as well, so even safer distance, making that pause full roll spicy.
Has opted for the mana regen, but...
Oh, I mean just from
like just in general. Right. Yeah. Well, didn't they... So the
cast range is less, but if you're just standing in the trees and using it, then
right. Yeah, so they changed the cast range went from 1,000 to 900, and now the slash range, 900 to 1,000. Right. So the overall distance that you can hit at is still the same, but if you're just standing still, then yeah, you can nuke it from a little bit further away.
His retreat potential a bit, but his high ground defense, as well as well, seeing here at the bottom side of the map, that's a longer.
Sure. And they hold on to it for a while. You know, I'm just kind of sweeping the map, taking all the farm up. Tyler's got this Abyssal Blade. He is absolutely terrifying. Nobody on SAG can do anything about him at this point. Red Panda is trying to snipe couriers over here.
Sure.
Right. Maybe kind of giving away his ward a little bit as well. And
yeah, not the first hit, but the second a little bit more. I mean, the thing is, if they went there to try and kill Red Panda, can't really see him because it's nighttime, and it takes them away from where they want to be, which is getting the aggression up. Weaver, he's getting gone on.
Yep, that's the Abyssal. Here comes the destruction. Do they have any follow-up lockdown? I think he's going to be okay. As being demonic purge, so Sylar may be able to chase, and now Felix walking in here. We do not have the detection for him just yet, but here comes the dust. The X marks the spot. Shinkyu with the Rolling Thunder through. Red Panda getting found on the other side. Faith Gun is bringing him down. DD a little bit low on mana to have any kind of punish for this Beastmaster. Just walking around with the full army. He's even got the Dominator picked up. 10.5k net worth on Faith Beyond. Just completely taking over this game.
Yeah, and going into the Solar Crest as well. What a great item, just to be able to burst out something like a Weaver before he's able to get the time lapse off. Pure damage that's going to be able to... You get what I mean.
Yeah, I know. For sure. How much longer on this Aegis? So another minute for Sylar. Maybe a little bit more of an opportunity. They didn't get a mango tree, did they? Oh, they did. Okay. So that's pretty nice for the Ursa, to be honest. Though, where is it?
Go hunting.
I've switched it over to their vision. I don't think it's in like a
spot.
Yeah, maybe it's gone. Who knows? Go status on.
Here it is. Here it is.
Oh,
to the left of the tier 2.
Oh, okay.
Why there? Who knows? But that's where it is.
Cool. Weaver getting gone on. Time lapse away.
Haste.
Wait, I'm still not. I'll go looking for it later. we've got other stuff happening on the map. Age is just about to be reclaimed, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity on Sylar, but Innocence is constantly playing around him.
I mean, they know he's there. He's got the full vision. It's daytime. Sentry ward's up.
Felix kind of walking forward. Here comes the Abyssal Blade. Should be able to get the Spiked Carapace off, but he's still being dusted. They're waiting. Spiked Carapace runs out, and so does the next Assassin's Life. Anyway, sorry. Show me where this. Where is this?
You see where my cursor is?
Why can't I? I don't think I can see your. Oh wait, here it is.
There's action happening. Never mind.
All right. Never hold down high ground already. I found it. Sylar hopping out. Need to be a little bit careful. Disruption is off cooldown. Everything dropped on this Weaver. He walks forward straight into the Orchid. Here comes the Roar with the vessel. OP God, no survivability whatsoever. DD jumps in. Buyback as well from OP. Hoping to find something, but Ehome just going to call the retreat, resetting, beating the vessel charges, and
yeah,
SAG are like, whatever, we got nothing there. Let's just call it.
Yeah. I mean, a DK without buyback when they're sieging the base, what can you really do? It was the mango tree placement that did it in the end.
Yeah, that's the OP spot. Man, Ehome looking really dominant in this event. Now 7-0, like we were saying. I think that all but cements them in the #1 spot here for DPL-CDA. Sparking Arrow, the champions of the previous CDA.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant remaining. Team ban.
RNG's turn to ban.
Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
At all. I'm shocked. Venomancer has risen.
CDEC, they're going
Yep.
protect across what 3, 4, and 5. Most strongly in the 4 and 5 roles. Much more emphasis being put on
10
as a tanking style build. Leech Seed.
Yeah, the Leech Seed is a completely dead ability. Sometimes you'll see like 1 point, but yeah, garbage battery is now. The hero's still good enough. I think part of that is he's still got all of 8 abilities for whatever reason with the tree walking and then getting the invis at level 10.
10 seconds remaining.
And the tree protector enables the hero is really capable. Like if the enemy team does not pick they've taken all of your tier 1, taken a single enemies, and then you're just in from it's gonna force your hand a little bit if you're RNG for Mars Disruptor to
Yeah, pretty safe, pretty standard. Obviously Mars in a strong pick be having a disruptor, of course. You need to be playing from the aggressive side, and kind of Shadow Shaman in the same way, to be honest. So they're able to duke it out, although it seems like they're probably going to be into the Shadow Shaman.
It's really in pick comes out like
10 seconds remaining.
Like it to me almost signals
Radiant team pick.
And these other sort of healing, saving supports to keep her alive and let her just play as aggressively as she wants. But the living armor is going to be helpful for sure. And RNG, giving the last overall pick for their mid, are just going to go for the Terror Blade. Bat Rider comes out from CDEC. Oh boy.
I mean, it's a good way to deal with the you want to be able to dodge a lot of that metamorph damage at level 1 lane, but beyond that, it's going to be a bit rough for the TB. All of that armor that you get to start the game suddenly isn't quite as effective when you run to death.
Yeah, there's going to be this living armor Bat Rider just running at you. And they don't really have... They don't have anyone that can match up against the Bat Rider currently. It is a hero that hasn't been as big of a thing in the meta as of late, but always has that factor of like the right Bat Rider game, he can just take over. This thing I guess about the Terror Blade is that he only really needs like level 5 to just go and sort of go hit up the jungle, farm his way up that way. So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, the lane is certainly looking rough again. Bat Shadow Shaman.
Oh yeah. There for the Herx.
Yeah. And you know, the overgrowth from the Terrain Protector can be pretty useful against the TB as well. I don't think it's a free TB game, but they do have still the last overall pick to hopefully get, you know, whatever they feel is game winning.
I feel like they need a bit more burst damage right now on CDEC, right? Because it's a lot of sustained damage coming through from DP, through the Exorcism, of course, the Spirit Scything, Bat Rider. You're gradually going to get knocked down, and it's a decent time to find a right Sunder target.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they... What else could they go for here? Like, there's still a Slark, I guess. Could be... Okay, it's not really burst, but it is a hero that can kind of go get up in Terrorblade's face and then pop the Shadow Dance.
Something different.
Yeah, Naga Siren coming in. Okay, so they've got, you know, they do have some things to combo with this. I don't know. I don't even know what the Naga Siren is really about here. There are
10 seconds remaining.
What, maybe some in the Naga, like your pretty high armor against the Terror Blade, you kind of go run at him, but interesting. I don't know about this. I guess there aren't very many great ways to kill illusions this game.
Choose your hero.
You're just gonna go for the Lina as the final pick. I don't think that comes as a big surprise at all. It's the laning matchup against the Death Prophet, and also I think kind of decent against CDC's lineup in general. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this Naga, I guess. We'll just have to see. It does sacrifice kind of any kill potential that I think they had on that bottom lane with the Terrain Protector. I imagine they're just going to be playing pretty defensively with Victoria, or he's just going to try and make space for the Naga. They're not really going to be going for kills on Flywin or anything. Who you got, Danog? Hello? Yeah, hey. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they should, in theory, they should have the space because they've got the, you know, the Mass Serpent wards. Should have all, but worry about the supports if the lanes go badly. Kind of both of them are just going to become food for the clockwork. And actually very interesting from CDEC, both of their supports with a boot start here. James and Victoria. I wonder if they're just trying to run down Monet here. Ooh, they kind of see him coming forward. He sees the Shadow Shaman for a second, but I don't know if he saw anyone else. Alright, just gonna start opening up the polls and stuff for his support. He's not actually that interested in going forward because his team is all over on the bottom side of the map. Super insufficient to grab themselves an outpost here. Monet again just kind of sees the shaman. Alright, and now Treant Protector reveals himself. Outpost. I think he's probably seen the double boots and he's like, oh.
The battle.
Oh no. What? Yeah. What does he do now though? Does he... I don't think he can really go anywhere else. Well, he's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna block and just hope that he ends up right underneath or right near his tower. Yep. And double ward for mid here for XM, so they're going to be a lot of attention towards this mid lane on the side of CDEC. Nice little deny from Setsu. Should be able to snag up. As I say that, XM also gets the deny on the range creep, so made a little bit more even after that. Super just trying to run forward, but not having the best of times. I was actually wondering if they were going to put the clockwork up here or if it was going to be the disruptor, but maybe they feel that the cogs super can help out against the Batrider a little bit more. There's still a lot of creeps here though, so and he's already slowed down. Yeah, Super's got to be a little bit careful. Gets another zap to the backside. This is not the easiest angle to get either. Oh, I think he... Oh, he gets... Well, he gets 3. I think James should just be able to drag this. Yeah, just lag real quick. Range creep seems like it's still going. Oh, yeah, James crashing. And that should be first blood. Alright. Very nice. I don't even know, did they... maybe if he didn't have the cogs, he gets away there, but... Super. Yeah, that's true. Super doesn't quite get the small camp stack, unfortunately, so gonna rely on connecting a pole if he is gonna do anything over here. Ehome 9-0 so far. Flywind doing pretty nicely on the Mars as well, finding good farm, and Treant Protector just kind of pull. Get it. Fine, but also just a single pull. And nothing to connect to, actually. Ehome already kind of farming up the camps that's ever coming over here just to steal away a little of the experience, maybe snag some of the CS. Mid lane check, 12-5 against 10-0. So the counter pick matchup for Setsu certainly working out so far. Both of them going for a fairly early bottle rush, but it does seem like Setsu going to get there just a little bit faster. XM's ferried out a little bit more regen. Setsu actually kind of getting away with not even buying the salve, like, so very nice for him. Yeah. So the living armor is starting to come out to help out the mid lane a little bit. But Setsu, I think they're actually going to have to be careful of, right? Because there are situations in this lane where like the Lena's gonna bomb a couple of spells and the Death Prophet's also just gonna run at you, and then you're kind of relying on your auto attacks to ward her off, but the bonus armor could be a little bit of a turning point, and we do have this battle for the 4-minute runes like you were talking about. Victoria coming over to secure it and have the regen. XM doesn't have the bottle delivered just yet, so no point in coming over except to grab that one. And here comes the stun. XM taking those auto attacks, but Setsu doesn't have too much more mana to follow it up. Up top, Mone getting run at by SRF and will be brought down. Super also taking a little bit more damage. And September even rotating in here, but CDEC also kind of looking at him. A bit of hunger in their eyes, putting some damage on before these bounties spawn. Super with the boots thinks about committing in here, does a little mana check perhaps, realizing that James doesn't have anything. Cogs pushback, can they grab it? SRF is going to be the one with the bottle, and now we can start delivering sips to himself and James. September might be in some trouble. Super's running back up, unable to go for the bounty himself. XM's already over there grabbing it. He's going to wait for his bottle to get delivered so he can get the refill after that. Yeah, James is still inside the creep, but here comes the Cogs. Living Armor going to help him out a little bit, but not enough, as Victoria also TPing up here. Out comes the Nature's Draft. SRF still fighting. He's got the 2 points in the Firefly, but not enough sticky stacks, and really needed that bottle sip to survive there. Last auto attack chasing him from Monet.
Oh.
Yeah, but needs to be pretty cautious. His supports have both left. Over at mid lane, Setsu getting gone on here. With the Exorcism actually able to bring him down. September quickly goes and grabs the illusion. And CDEC, they've actually still got a little bit of life left on their siege creep. They've got some duration left on this Exorcism. And even gonna pop the glyph here just to try and get a few more hits on the mid lane. But siege creep doesn't end up dying. Yeah, they gotta be careful. There is a glimpse available, but he needs to get the range. James getting dragged back, but he's right in the middle of a creep wave, so Super not really able to go for the Cogs. The Cogs comes out, he's still got a little bit of battery assault duration, but the tower is focusing on the creep, so James actually able to keep on fighting here, and he's gonna be okay. Yeah.
You need to commit fully to be able to take down any sort of towers. So the fact that you spent, what, 10, 15 seconds taking a kill, is that you don't have it in your back pocket to cope with that tower and map control.
The really troubling thing for RNG at this point is that they just don't have anyone who can even remotely lane against the Batrider, right? Like SRF is just going to be completely free up here. Maybe one of the supports can come and like hide in the trees, find a little bit of farm that way, but otherwise SRF is just going to do really whatever he wants. And they know that Monet is going to be jungling, so they've already come in here. They've popped down an observer ward, but there is a nice sentry from RNG. September, so long as he walks in the right place, he is going to find this.
So close to scouting out Super there with this aggressive rotation through from the tree and the Batrider. Sticky Napalm, not quite catching him. It's level 6. I don't know if he'll go to lasso straight away. They don't really have the full-on damage potential right now, and he's in a rough spot.
Yeah, getting caught out a little bit here. Metamorphosis is popped. Going to try and give this kill over to Monet, which they do. So, is there anything for him to really farm in the vicinity? Not really, no stacks, nothing like that, but just popping the meta quite freely just to accelerate his farm at every opportunity. And, you know, not really going to use it to go and take a tower or anything anytime soon. SRF is looking to see if Monet decides to stick around perhaps a little bit too long. He does have a nice observer ward here, kind of scouting his rotations. Monet not realizing that he's getting run at.
He's got the lasso as well.
Lane break is going to push him back. Centaur getting involved. Monet is the last super unable to push him back with the cogs. The haste on this Lina trying to find the turnaround. James going to control him for the time being, and the Laguna Blade will finally come out to finish off SRF. Now James trapped inside of the kinetic field. Setsu giving him what for with the auto attacks, and that is a double kill for the Lina.
Rotation coming through there from Setsu, even with all of the map control, lane control, and rotating 2 supports mid at that 4-minute mark. It still seems like he is the driving force.
And now the glimpse back. Setsu has a stun ready. XM still pretty tanky, but super walking forward with the battery assault. The Ocean Heart and the Living Armor helping out a little bit here. It's XM actually still surviving, and they miss on the spear. I think even if that had landed, it would have been a pretty tricky kill. Setsu doesn't have a ton of mana remaining, and he's also getting stacked up now by SRF. XM if you gap. Nice for Buke, helping out a little bit. Yeah, there's the flame break. Good damage. Another stack, but it's only the 1 point in the flame break. Setsu actually threatens the turnaround here. Okay.
Alright, so XM getting maximum value out of these bounties, making sure to backpack his intelligence items. What's he got coming out to him, like Staff of Wizardry?
He's getting big value out of this Ocean Heart as well.
Oh yeah.
That's been super nice for him. I don't know if you know what, we've had the neutral items for a while. I think I'm starting to be of the opinion that I really still just don't like them. Like, I don't really understand the point. Some of them are just, it's not that necessarily that the individual items are too strong, but like the RNG is kind of weird. Nice with the lasso up top, but yeah, super with the hook shot looking to punish. Looks like SRF should survive, and James comes in with the Matt Surf Awards, looking for the double kill. Monet with the Sunder, trying to find a kill. This is another Metamorphosis getting popped at top, so at least they get some kind of a cleanup, and they will be able to deal with these Matt Surf Awards pretty quickly.
Some decent value, forcing a number of rotations out as well as ultimates being popped. Again, Monet's had to use this Metamorphosis. It's got about 20 seconds left on it. But, will he be able to get something secondary? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, both carries are just, well, the Naga's just been farming this entire time.
Yeah. A full 2 levels ahead of this Terrorblade, and he's taking that Ancient stack as well.
Yeah, does seem like Ame just going to be kind of AFK farming, using the space that his team has provided. Setsu's been farming over here on the for a little bit, putting on some pressure. We do have this full line of wards from RNG, scouting all the way across towards this top side. So kind of not, I think these wards, you know, they are really for the Terrorblade, but they're just not putting the defensive ones down. They're trying to catch the rotation before it happens.
Yeah.
And, oh, Monet gets the illusion trick, so he does get himself a ranged illusion for a little bit here. Help him clear up his ancients.
I'm just thinking what's next for him, right? He's finished his Yasha, he's going to be moving around a little bit faster. See what he actually goes with his level 10 talent. Upside, he's going to go for the evasion. Still very good value.
Yeah, he does need a BKB this game, right? There's kind of, I don't feel like he has too much of a choice. I suppose maybe the alternative build is actually he can't go for like the S and Y damage items attack, because I think he needs the Manta too badly.
Yeah.
Against the silence, against the overgrowth. So Never getting gone on here. I'm running forward. He's got the point in the net. Not a ton of damage just yet for this Disruptor, though. And Victoria going to get turned around, but they are going to pop the song just to try and save the Tree Protector. Needs to stop walking into that wall, but it does finally pop through in the end. We're going to be looking for the hook shot. Doesn't find it, but Iwin runs into him anyway. Ooh, they get the slowdown. He's still running. Rock cooldown, spear blindly, but Victoria hiding deep inside of.
Dire structures are
He's gonna be okay.
So 2 failed ganks.
Yeah, pretty much. If he gets anything there. CDEC have built up a little bit of a net worth lead here, and we are starting to run into this problem that I was talking about with the Treant Protector, though I don't even know how much of it is the Treant Protector this game. It's just that RNG do not have the heroes to come and take these early towers, so They're down 2 tier 1s and haven't taken any yet. That might be about to change. Here comes the smoke rotation with the Terrorblade. Metamorphosis at the ready.
He's finished up the Usher, he's got that recipe. It's not going to be doing a whole lot of good in his backpack, but they've scouted out Naga Siren.
Oh, Disruptor is 12 experience away from his level 6. Have they figured out which one's the real one? Alright, they have. Moves back into the kinetic field. Here comes the damage. XM wants to keep on fighting. Naga's still pretty tanky with the living armor. Able to walk away a little bit further, and Plywood is up on the cliff. They will be able to bring down SRF. Super loses his life. Mode still fighting the Yule along with the heal. XM actually living. Oh no, that looked decent for the Terrorblade. They didn't have Setsu here at all, and XM somehow still alive. The Yule's not nearly so helpful for the Lina, as she just walks in to feed away another kill. And they're also looking for this catch onto September, but with the Unbroken Tranquil Boost, I think he's going to be fine.
It's just the power of the living armor, man. Just makes you survive when you think you really shouldn't, and not even dealing all too much damage in that team fight, because the Exorcism, when it returned to him, he healed about 1/3 of his HP.
Oh, he just wanted that rune. I think, what, did he manage to... Somebody denied it, but still, Rider's starting to get pretty big. Yeah, the Exorcism basically just 1v5ing that fight. I think that goes to show a little bit of why people have been prioritizing the Death Prophet so much. She just does so much damage. It's a little bit ridiculous. And this
as well, having the mark get stuck on that high ground as well definitely isn't helpful.
That certainly did not help.
Just see here the effectiveness of the Treant Protector. Even in the position 5 role, you can just nuke out a wave, put up the living armor onto the tower, and you know, see here it's taken a full 5-man rotation for them to try and make something happen. Meanwhile, you've got heroes farm throughout the jungle, getting vision up here on CDEC's side. Overall.
Yeah, and even though they do get it, we just waste some more of their time. This creep wave gets cleared up by the Grasp, and get into a better position on the map where they're now in the mid lane all the way in, and they are establishing some really nice wards to continue to hold this side of the map, and they've already got the way up here. I TP's through, but SRF is already hot on his heels, and with no TP, I mean, the Sword of Defiance is going to help him out a little bit. He gets silenced up, Super hoping to help out, but with the lasso, no way out for full. Super is thinking about the hook shot, but
man,
back up here.
They're fully committing here, both the Mass Serpent Wards as well as the Exorcism being used.
Have the overgrowth. Here comes the net. He's coming through. They're holding on to the Terrorblade, wasting his time, rotating everybody else in. Lina and September trying to come over and help, and Monet does actually get Thunder out at the last possible second. 3 of them stuck inside the Static Storm field, but SRF still wants to keep on fighting. They're going to try and bail out the Naga Siren.
Oh, shut
XM comes down here with a little bit more Exorcism. Shot coming through. XM needs time to heal. Looks like he is going to be okay. Song of the Siren coming through to protect him. They do break those cogs. And actually looking to keep on fighting now. They get the disables over onto Setsu. Ame coming through with the auto attacks. Monet's already died. September just going to try for the TP out. There's too much damage. Oh no, the auto attacks from the Naga Siren. And now Super just creating his own coffin with the cogs. Ame even farming up all of those cogs on the way out. Triple kill for your Naga. Oh boy.
Very nice to have. You've got your Treant Protector who's hit onto his level 10 as well, so even more evasive maneuverability. And, man, it just feels like none of the planets ever align with RNG. I know you typically need all of them to align, but it's just none of them. They're just here, there, and everywhere.
They just don't seem to have everybody at these fights, right? Like this fight where the Mars gets stuck on the cliff, sure. The Lina isn't there. And this fight, they're kind of trying to force it, but they've only really got 3 heroes, and everyone else is kind of trickling in. It really just feels like RNG are not playing together. September is also going for Necrobook on the Disruptor. Oh, Setsu. He's fast, but also got a net. gonna use himself to buy a few more seconds. Here comes the hook shot. Setsu living a little bit longer. Flywin, well, waiting for the glimpse to come back. They've lost September, but they are gonna get the turnaround onto SRF. But Monet is just dying to XM and James over on the other side of the map. They walk right in here. He was sitting right on top of this ward, and we just focus him down quickly with all the lockdown. And now Ehome wants to keep on fighting. They've got the overgrowth into the two-man Meteor Hammer. Setsu, XM's waiting for him. James also arriving at this fight. He's still got a shackle available for whoever he feels needs it. Victoria even finding a courier on the other side. CDEC just running at him, and it's working beautifully.
It's getting to that point, Kip. It feels like one more bad team fight. It's over. Surprisingly, they don't take the outpost, even though they were taking them right next to it. This way of seconds away.
So is it just kind of these two failed rotations from RNG? Is that it? Like this game's suddenly just over. Like the lanes were looking okay. I guess the Batrider had a really good game, and Terrorblade had to ditch the lane pretty early.
I think it's the failed rotations plus the fact that they're able to take both of their supports away to secure this this okay lane for the Death Prophet. Able to punish as a result of it. If you're ever in a 2v1 situation, especially in the first 5 minutes, you should be really looking to take advantage more than they did.
Yeah, I guess that's maybe the one thing about this bottom lane is that they just didn't really have any way to kill the Naga Siren. And now that they're in a situation where they're behind, their two supports are pretty worthless. Right? We always talk about it with the Disruptor. It's you know, kind of as old as the hero itself, talking about how bad he is when you're on the back foot. And Clockwork is kind of the same way, right? If he gets ahead, he can definitely just, you know, find some all over the place. But now that they're behind and everyone is getting pretty tanky on CDEC, what is actually his role in this game? And now we've got Scotty on the Naga, and CDEC are just converging at bottom. Dream Protector trying to escape. Hookshot whiffs. They're all grouping up here. They gotta be careful. There is an overgrowth available. Victoria just waiting for it. Mona getting dragged away from his team. The defensive Static Storm along with the arena trying to protect him. And here comes the Meteor Hammer. RNG have had enough. GG call.
This is a big tilt coming through. I mean, even the Disruptor, right? Before the game build, he had Necrobook, and they went for a Glimmer Cape on this Clockwork. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there is some kind of internal disagreement happening.
RNG's turn to ban.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Queen of Pain.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin.
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
has opted for this Blightstone early on here, so he's definitely going to get spammed a whole lot, but they should be able to sustain some of it with the Flame Guard and the helping him out. Already picked up the headdress. They know exactly the lane that they're up against, and gonna have to cope.
Similar to last time, they've got a lot of movement speed here, James. He boots of speed at level 1. He's going to chase down Super, who hasn't skilled anything just yet. Locked off this hard camp next to them, which is odd. You know, you want to make sure that you're brawling a lot, so in Equilibrium's going that way, and I thought maybe they might want the safety of their tower.
Making it go. Monet needs to be careful. Just a couple of auto attacks coming for him. Now he's looking for the surrender and hoping for the stack. SRF very low, but they've already used the brain sap. He's got a salve. Monet does not have one here. He's just relying on the tango regen. September gets the courier snipe. I feel like this happens a lot in the Radiant safe lane.
That deep ward there. The other courier might be in danger as well. When you're up against the Skyrat.
There's a pop, Super, first blood, and now they just turn their attention towards Monet. He cannot. Gets the heal. Really well, to dropping quite low. Just gonna win like alone. Seems like limited that to the Centaur. So SRF is having a grand old time. Now they come and start turning mid.
I mean, that's the thing. He just doesn't need more, James.
Yeah,
this gigantic wave coming into him. I mean, maybe you can even turn it around onto Monet.
Monet is level 4, so it's a little bit tankier, a little bit more difficult to go on. September's trying to snipe couriers again. A little bit of ring around the rosy, and does seem like Gingerbread Roshan will be able to escape. Temper kind of diving for it. Ooh. Is he just dead now? Stick charges. He's living.
The value.
Creep out on his heels. Alright, what's happening at top? Aim's soaking a little bit of this experience here. SRF just farming it under the tower. Super only level 2. Just about to crack level 3 in a second.
They've spent a lot of time with this Skywrath out of lane. It's still only a level 3 Mars up against 2 level 3s here with the King of the Light and the Ember Spirit, so it's not looking fantastic for Firewind.
We've got our traditional permanent rune. There's going to be a haste spawning up. Super with the Nightmare. Make sure to secure it. And now getting a few more auto attacks onto James, who is not running back to his mid laner. He's actually just running the other way, accepting that he's getting solo killed here by Super. Doesn't even bother with the snowball. Got bottom Victoria a little bit low. Couple more attacks hunting for him. Ember's got the cooldowns here, so one more slight just for some harassment. And does have this empty bottle waiting for that. I've been bounty out.
Yeah, lane's pushed in fairly deep onto him though, so start pushing it out too, and the tower helping a little bit, and he's getting pinned to the trees.
That's not what you're hoping for here at bottom, and that shouldn't be that. No contest really in these bottom bounties. Super kind of difficult to fight against on the other side with the Nightmare, but is getting run at by both James and SRF. So just give it up. Does try for the little loop around Roshan, but James already cutting him off, and that is good. both on upside for CDEC. Stage slightly favoring RNG. Overall, Monet is getting kills in this lane. Too much. You just need like Echo Saber.
Like he's one of the few heroes that's still actually been to the phase boost, just because you need the maneuverability, you need to be able to survive that little bit longer in team fights, and you already get the attack speed from the Echo Saber. Otherwise, power treads just feels like there's a period right in these days.
Nightmare, here comes some auto attacks. They gotta land this spear. Flywind moves into position. Nice blind backwards, but they don't need auto attacks to finish him off. Super makes the long run down here and does find that kill. This Ehome Ember already having a bit of a rough game.
That was a little odd though. He had the Sleight of Fist off cooldown and it didn't even try to dodge any of those abilities.
Yeah, just kind of went down. Have the...
I mean, it's we're talking about previously, like why you don't go and use them all the time, because it's just really predictable where you're going to end up after. Free hero will go for it.
A little bit of damage. They're chasing down Flywind here. They do have chains. That's going to set up for this nuke as well. Illuminate coming through. But now everything on cooldown, so Flywind should be okay just to heal back up with this Ring of Health. Did not opt to go straight for the Soul Ring here. After all of this harassment started adding up, just rushed for the Ring of Health as fast as possible. Mid lane has this going, so 44-3 against the 37-16 on the Quap. Setsu with denies to his name, and Super now making another appearance at top. Does need to be a little careful though. James is still up here. Yeah, the Bane and the Monkey King seem to be working out the way that RNG were hoping that they would in this laning. I do think you have a slight concern of getting maybe out carried a little bit this game. I mean, Monkey King's got a really good start, but the scaling for the rest of their heroes is kind of weird, at least for the Queen of Pain. Oh, they're making the go on Monet's well forward. Super, can you help him? You've got a Nightmare. Stampede coming through, still being slowed. He does have the Boundless Strike available, but won't even get a chance to get it off. Nice done by Victoria, just taking the Nightmare himself there.
And the fact that they're able to do that while XM is just farming up the neutral cram. Sent back a Faded Brooch as well, so we're going to be passing that over to Ehome, at least for the time being, although it wouldn't surprise me if you got another couple of drops here from this camp.
Getting gone off. He's got the level 6, but managed to pop the one charge, just doesn't manage to get a remnant out, and does not manage to survive in the end. That is a third death in 20 minutes from Ember.
Cold fingers.
Yeah. Super, once again, gonna be the target up the top. Nightmare helping out a little bit. Here comes the TPs, James. All right, wakes up SRF, tells him to run for it. No way out for the Tusk. Flywind more than happy to come in and clean up that kill. He's still got his handy dandy stack of mangoes. Just in case. Where's Monkey King going? Okay, so Monet TP's bottom. Pressuring down here a little bit. Does have another Wraith Band coming out to him, so up as much as humanly possible with the double Wraith Band wand, and is now going to start going back for the Echo Saber.
Oh, I like it.
Super's having a pretty good game. James only level 4 currently on this Tusk. Has found a couple of nice ganks, but after those first few kills, top and then mid, this game has slowed down somewhat. September just grabbing some levels at mid, same story for the Tusk. Both teams trying to get their supports back into the game just a little bit more, get their levels up so they can get those ultis going. Of course, Tome's going to help out with that. Though maybe they need to give the Tome to Victoria here on CDEC, just so they can do the Will-O-Wisp for some of these upcoming fights. XM. The extra HP, and now Nightmare over on. They're just focusing on first. Monet is not tanky enough to survive, and here comes the Ice September and Super, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. At least they grabbed the bounty, but it seems like they're all gonna get cleaned up here. I'm not sure that they were expecting rotation in for the Templar Assassin, and CDEC clean up a 3-0 there.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I mean, the instant reaction whenever you've got your mid laner in a team fight is their mid laner. What's he doing during all of this? You know, if got a good sense that he's farming, sure, you just need to make sure you win the team fight. But with that one, we saw how impactful that rotation through is. And
the Ember, you know, already starting to not the best early game, can still do a lot of damage in these early fights. He's got the fully maxed out Sight of Fist, so he's really just non-stop with the Chakra. They've got the 3 points up in that. Victoria just soaking bottom. We do have this Sonic Wave available for RNG, but Setsu not finding a good opportunity to use it yet.
Keeper of the Light, obviously, while being occupying a similar type of role as the Tree Protector from last game, you know, just standing behind these trees, pushing it out from relative safety. You know, if they do rotate, you've got a big team fight ultimate that your team can just TP on in.
And using that space, the CDEC cores just continue to farm up. They get the mid lane over to Ehome for a little bit. XM heads into
tower is under attack.
Jungle. Ton of really nice value on the Chakra magic this game, huh? Like you get up a clutch refraction, or you know, gives you another meld against Roshan, gives you more combos for the Ember. That kind of goes without saying. And even the other low cooldown stuff like the Tusk and Centaur, gonna get a lot of value there. So Keeper of the Light's gonna have a big target on his head in these fights. They want this arcane, but Setsu seeing all of these heroes and knowing that his blink is on cooldown, not going to be able to go for the fight. Flywind does come in, and Monet also making an appearance. And RNG really wanting to get some use out of their ultimate. Just not finding the right chances. Like,
the gang's all here while XM just continues to farm up. He's going to, well, actually, really well on the net worth graph, but it seems like the catch-up potential from come through fast, and we're mentioning before that presence in teamfight. It's just feeling like it's getting closer and closer towards CDEC's favor, because you've got these 3 ultimates that essentially have such a low cooldown that you can throw it out with a bit more reckless abandon, you can just use it to harass. Whereas RNG, they feel the need to take teamfights because they feel like a huge portion of their draft is being wasted if they don't.
And Flywind's like, he bought this Vanguard. I don't know how much I like it. I think if he'd had this start, why not just get a fast blink? Or maybe just buy the Sange first out of this Halberd. Like, I think Halberd is a killer item this game. It's amazing against TA. Well, dive on September up top. But like, what's the Vanguard for? Is it just to survive a little bit more in these mid-game fights?
Yeah, let's try and put some attention away from this Queen of Pain and the Monkey King. I wouldn't mind something even greedier, like a Desolator. We've seen get some really early ones coming through, particularly the Chinese region in the past.
Oh, they smoke up. They do have a Fiend script ready to use. They haven't spotted the TA just yet. XM, his blink is on cooldown, but he's actually back by the tower already. Flywind walking forward out of the trees. The spear whips, and they've got the Willow. They finish their jump on him out, and the spear comes this arena.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does survive now to throw down the Wukong's command, sticking out of it. Keeper still surviving a little bit longer. Now with the Stampede, Ame just wants to keep on going forward. Monet being chained down. And continue. RNG just looking to retreat. They've lost 2. They got nothing. And that was even without Centaur having to do anything. SRF just over on the other side of the map farming.
So reluctant to use his ultimate on the Bane. I mean, obviously you don't want to just be immediately cancelled and turn around on, but a few times where he just chucked it out, you know? It creates some attention onto you, it acts as a pseudo-taunt for the rest of your team, and it allows you to get, for example, that nice Arena of Blood where you do get the spear up.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. It kind of felt like they just they forced it a bit. Maybe they felt like, oh yeah, we've got this guaranteed opportunity against the...
Finally used it effectively. They've used onto the center. He's going to go down.
Okay, that's a little bit more like it. Yeah. Using the support ulti combo. But the support ulti is getting some value. The core is... I guess we have had one arena that killed the Ember a little bit earlier, but... Flywin and not really finding too many plays. He's just going to be going for a Yules in this situation. Monet does almost have his Echo Saber picked up, but not a ton of play from the Monkey King. And despite having a really good early start in a very free lane, he's just being killed a few times. And now they're running at him once again up top. Here comes another slide. September just trying to help him out. Ahome charging forward. September's gonna try for the TP, but they do have a quick chain. Nice positioning there to ensure it. And mega kill streak for Ahome as he is more than sticking the landing this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Having a really solid time and, well, taking the objective. Now they're going to take some over the dire jungle. Will they catch out Monet here? They should be able to see the remnants of the Primal Spring.
Yes, sir. Has this blink. It is nighttime, a little bit difficult to find the jump. Setsu aims a little snowball dodge mid. And here comes the punch, looking for the stop follow-up. The jump is there from CDEC, and down goes one tower. Blink dagger coming in, I believe, for Flywin. So they really need this Mars to make some plays for them. He's #1 on the networks for the team. He's had a great game. Really needs, they really need him to put them on his back in this game.
I don't know about this play from CDEC to just continue moving forward, maybe expecting the ancient contest.
Another vision, SRF a bit forward, doesn't get the two-man stop. Nice reaction from Super. Is he gonna win? He's got the Fiend strip available if he can survive. Backline comes the arena there. Again, just can't find any opportunity to get his spells off. He just gets brought down. The Will-O-Wisp controlling everyone else. Super 5 back into the game, but it's CDEC all day once again.
Things missing, and even cleared up 2 of the Ancients towards the end there, netting themselves, of course, clumsy net. A few 2 items. I mean, they can take advantage of this key timing around the 17-minute mark. If they can use it to start to contest this dire jungle, take back control of the outpost, it's going to be a huge win for them.
They're just continuing to run at them. They don't really have any big cooldowns that they need to wait for. They find the initiation fly with the spear, does find it on to James, but he just finds himself in a world of hurt. Let's see if this card helps him out. He puts the bulwark up, he's getting back up against the wall. Setsu jumping forward, good damage. Monet 2-man stuff. Can they get these kills? Yes, they can. RNG finally finding a little bit of a team fight combination. And that is also the monster kill streak ended, so a nice 530 gold for Monet there.
Yeah, I mean, clearly needing it the most of anyone on his team to be able to carry this one forward. And, yeah, it needs to be enabling this Monet Monkey King as much as possible. Got so we've got a Yule Scepter being finished up by Setsu. So what he's thinking of is you just need to be able to create some space between the TA and yourself, particularly before she's finishing up this baby, and it'll give decent timing if they keep the aggression up. It's still going to be a minute or so away, so they've got that full gambit of ultimates to choose from. It gives them a small little window to try and get back into this game. Maybe around the outpost contest time is when they're going to make something happen.
CDC just with another straight up. Well, they don't have any vision to gank to, but the line's being drawn. They just want to run straight back into the RNG jungle once again. Ooh, board drop down. It doesn't see Monet. It's just over here farming this camp. They're connecting to their TA over at top. James pops another ward. Goes looking for him. Spear's not gonna connect. And the rest of the team coming back over now. SRF. They spot up. It's gonna be the first casualty of this fight. They've got that cooldown reduction for the Ember Spear. Be everywhere all the time.
So, honestly, not bad, and the movement should be somewhat predictable. You know, you've got XM taking this outpost now. Could be playing around the top side of the map. Roshan is basically the only objective for them to take there, considering top's all that bay, and that's not where they are.
They're gonna come and contest this. It's gonna drop very fast with the Deso double, even triple meld.
I just don't think Twin Pants of the Martin to be.
No. Yeah, if they wanted to continue to TV back and like already be blinking its way out. There you go. So it's gonna be an Aegis up for XM. We've got the Vessel for the Ember, so Ehome in pretty good fighting shape. SRF actually just has a BKB queued up here. And, Monet just chilling out on a tree with the team.
Monkey King things.
Yeah, Tetsu's just running straight back to bottom to keep this push out, so that's kind of his job this game. Flywind leading the charge towards this mid-tier 1 tower, and with the Vanguard able to tank up pretty effectively. Does have relatively soon Glyph coming out. CDEC not willing to trade here. They're going to take that tier 2 and seem like they do want to run over and try and make some kind of a defense, and RNG just too afraid to continue to commit. So slowly moving their way into the Radiant jungle.
Playing around this one small pocket of space that they've got, not using any smokes to try and get this pit move happening, but
Flywind.
You get that initiation, you gotta go straight for the spear, you feel. Jump right on top of him.
Yeah, not the easiest, and they're just gonna get chased down. Snowball for the TP of September. Flywind living for a little bit longer, but CDC just looking for even more. That's gonna be a
just standing there at the end, yeah. Catch up with Super as well with his Searing Chains combo and get yourself up, but it's only gonna do so much.
Yeah. And with that, CDC just gonna keep on going for the push. Setsu's kind of ratting on the bottom side, but he's not gonna have an item for a little bit. Monet still just trying to build up a Deso, but I don't see how they take any kind of a fight. All the metrics keep on moving in CDC's favor.
Dire structures are fortified.
Popping that ult, the fortified, but all too much. Yeah, he's continuing to push out this bot lane. He's only reaching up at his level 15, so fight potential is going to continue to strengthen for them. Care about this bottom side of the map. Like, there's no objective. They can just continue playing with 80% of the map as they have done so far.
Yeah, they've games. I feel like CDC has outdone RNG in terms of the vision game. Like, it feels like their wards just aren't getting dewarded. We often have these like near misses, right? Like, look at this observer ward. It's just gonna get missed by both of these sentries and probably stay up for its whole shit. So it means that they can't get any kills. They're really not able to make any plays because they just can't control areas of the map effectively.
Yeah, it feels like CDEC are very much playing as a team, you know, even the Keeper of the Light isn't the one to always buy the wards. You've still got him nearby using his Illuminate to make sure that on the high ground, if you use a sentry, you've got the vision. Whereas, like Monkey King, for example, is not jumping on steer. He's a primary.
Flywind jumps forward to get to the south side of the pretty tanky, but he gets enough back. Here comes the Mystic Freeze down. Will-O-Wisp can pull a little damage. Get chained up, net down. Setsu still picking out in the back lines a little bit. Flipward to get the Yules. Try
attack.
The Sonic Wave. He's gonna keep on fighting him with his BKB. It's pretty tanky, but one more slight chains, one more melds hit, and one more kill for CDEC. When comes right out of the spear, or some set. Sonic is it does pop it at the very least. There's a net looking for him. 7 for XM, and well, September survives back in the fountain, but still a very, very nice fight for CDEC.
And they went around. I mean, they're getting all these combos, but it's like, at what cost, you know? The three-man Sonic Wave, well, came at the cost of 2 of your heroes, and a bit more of an effective Mars ulti. It still just takes them so long to be able to take any sort of advantageous action in these team fights. During that, the Creeps just took the tower on the bot side.
They desperately desperately need like a good Fiend script. I think that's really need grip on either the TA or the Emperor. But
they need a BKB piercing Fiend script, doesn't get it basically.
Yeah, and then like they need that to happen, and then the Wukong's command gets dropped right on top of that hero or something. And, no way for CDEC to protect them. Now an 11k lead, win probability 91% at this point.
It feels like
we're feeling very optimistic.
We're only one CDEC team fight victory away.
Oh no, they aggro-used him as they blinked in.
There's the comms, lack of comms.
Yeah.
Dire structure fortified.
I don't agree with the Yule's decision because I think he can actually still he can just spam slide. Yeah. I don't think it's not guaranteed that they're gonna get the spear on. But... Oh boy, yeah, that hurts.
You want to instill confidence in your Mars player, but after the game that he's had with a few misses, you probably give it to the Queen of Pain to start off these team fights.
I mean, they're both in the wrong, right? They need to have the comms, they need to have the...
Oh, nice spear.
They're gonna actually take here. Don't pop XM pretty much instantly. It's not gonna be enough counter initiation. SRF forced to pop the BKB. Alright, Flywin redeems himself big time as they get that kill. I think XM was just relying on, oh yeah, I can get the BKB on reaction, no problem. Not so when Flywin blinked right on top of you.
Turns out you can't. And, well, we've got 3 heroes smoking up here, heading towards the Radiant Tri-Camp area for an invasion play.
They can get a true kill here with the Fiend script. Feeling safe farming all the way on the opposite side of the map from where the action just happened. But this cross map could end up catching out. Fiend script, they're running.
No, you gotta let the Bane initiate in that situation, right?
The smoke ran out though, so...
No, but you could have just hit the tree line.
Maybe.
He had the range.
Maybe. I think it would have been tough. I don't disagree with trying for that, but... Anywho, he gets out. I don't know if this I've just caught a glimpse of the Bane. I don't know about this, but they may have not gotten that kill either way. But still, they fight back a little bit, and I do have to give some credit to RNG. They GG'd out really early in some of their games yesterday versus Aster. Still keeping themselves in here. Still got Setsu able to farm up and keep these lanes pushed out. Monet still got items that he can build towards. And I still see the victory here. KD piercing disable of the Fiend script. That can just... Doesn't matter how much net worth TA has.
Super's dead.
He'll die to that at any point. Yeah, Super pretty dead. And they're stampeding looking for a little more. September also getting slowed down here by a trap. Jump. Ehome using everything just to... Doesn't quite find it with the slight, but they found him with the snowball. Say goodbye to September, but double kill from typical 13 fight contribution, one slight takes the kill. Set's trying desperately to finish off this tier 1 mid, but here comes the blink over net. Meld waiting, snowball onto the creep, but looks like didn't get the stun. So it was a nice attempt. Setsu gets away.
A little surprised you didn't go with super dead after that.
Oh yeah, he was super dead, that's for sure. A little stun on the Ember here. He's running at it. Chains on the monkey. Awesome. Flywin, can they actually keep this Ember alive? Will-O-Wisp helping to protect to get the slide off. Should be able to jump away. Jumps further in. Monkey King just hit him. Still have Fiend available. Ember gets brought down by the Sonic Wave. TA trying to fight, but getting run at during this BKB. And once Heaven's Halford is just going to try and turn around and kill off Monet. Does manage it, and for 70 seconds, Flywin still chasing another spear. Setsu trying to finish off this Templar Assassin, and they also get the Fiend script, except do they have any detection for the TA? No! Templar Assassin, alright, does get brought down. Setsu finds him with the blip. And it looks like it might just be an ultra here. RNG bringing this game back, Tanog. It's happening.
Full 5-man team wipe. A lot of the damage coming through, well, across the board, actually. Obviously, Monkey King in the things, getting a lot of stuff done, but there was the Fiend script they've been waiting for the entire time. You know, just locking down that full BKB targets and you know, allowing the team to clean up the rest of the scraps.
Yeah, for sure. And seeing how effective Heaven's Howard can be against the Templar Assassin, the Ember getting brought pretty quickly, also meaning that he can have the sustained damage and the sustained pace. And this Fruit of Pain is getting pretty big at this point. Also having the shields picked up and 3.3k gold on top of that. So, yeah, hard to do that much Tetsu in these fights.
She's still holding a lot of her net worth, though.
Yeah,
not committing to it. I suppose wanting that BKB reveal when it does come online. Be able to catch out this top lane. No, nice blink out coming through there from the Mars.
Yeah, they just need to be careful because this TA is scary. Daedalus picked up, has the Mindbreaker as well, so any support that gets jumped is just going to be pretty much instantly dead. No real chance of any rebuttal. Queen of Pain still buying a very defensive item. Tetsu picking up the full BKB at this point. And Omni's just going for the Octarine figure. He's also carrying the Craggy Coat, so I guess it doesn't really matter for Ember. You're not going to be sitting auto-attacking people all that much.
Smoke on smoke action. We'll see who runs into who. Backstab maneuver here, and Monkey King a little bit more farm. Doesn't reveal all too much using the Primal Spring from the
just going for the body currently, so trying to tank up a little bit more. The smokes are going to get brought at each other. SRF, is he going to go for the jump? Queen of Pain, not the easiest target to go for. Setsu using the BKB for this, though, and that might just get kited out. I don't know about the BKB decision there.
It just felt like the team wasn't there with him, you know? It felt like an alright play, to be honest, if you had the immediate follow-up coming through from the team.
I think if you're going to do that, you have to just, like, pop Shivas and blink at them.
And then they're not ready for how fast this Roshan is dropping with the meld, with double damage.
And with Roshan given away, I don't think they can afford to stay here. Ooh, Light Chains whips, but Blink Hoof Stomp does not. September trapped up on top of this hill, and that is going to be where he ends up buying. RNG just having to retreat back, and now with the Aegis and the Templar Assassin, it should be so much easier for CDEC to kind of structure and take its fights. Back to the split push for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only strategy they've got right now, trying to at least keep this bot lane pressured out to defend their 2-2 bottom, and it's the lane they kind of want to go up as well.
They're trying to run at him. Ember does not want this to get pushed, and not to give them the opportunity. Man, he's just checking in case there happens to be a Monet Monkey King waiting on a tree somewhere. Gonna be going for an E-Blade next.
I'm liking the play for Ehome though. Check the trees, reveal as much terrain as you can.
Yep. And when shows mid, he's gonna get stomped up. Pretty tanky team coming in to maybe try and help him out. Let's get the arena. Looking for those spears actually on cooldown for now. Snowball gonna keep him trapped here. Super does have the Fiend script available. Monet jumping in the back lines and looking for the Keeper of the Light. Did you bring him down quickly? Now Centaur also in some danger. Immediate buyback from the Coddle. XM trying to handle into this fight, but can't afford to go on the Mars. The Halberd into their nice pop off from James. Monet still chasing. He's gonna have to be careful. Templar Assassin could look for a little bit of a turnaround, but it seems like CDEC have made their decision, and that decision is lead RNG in too bit of a position, and they will just take those 3 kills for free.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good positioning for a favorable team fight there on CDEC. Being caught on the top side of the map with no TP, but still able to turn that one around 4v5.
Glimmer super forward. We have a decent ward here for CDEC, but Ember still smoked up. Man, even with the Aegis, RNG getting pretty aggressive, still looking for something. Ooh, Ember would be a nice target. Some Ghost have to just survive a little bit longer. They get the Fiend grip off. Here comes the Will-O-Wisp, and he gets the people up immediately afterwards. The living, they pop the Wukong's command. XM just mans up against Monet, who gets off another round of refraction. They will finally manage to bring him down, but this is at the cost of the Monkey King. And Ehome still having this cheese. He's surviving a little bit longer. SRF just respawns to clean up the fight, and RNG a bit
next creep wave is available 25 on our Templar Assassins, so those BKBs are going to do quite as much when that Melt Bash comes into play.
Yep. Oh man. Flywin, alright, just pushing up bottom a little bit. Let's grab himself an AC. They do have a buyback available for Monet. They've also got a glyph, so they can't buy a little bit more time here. Queen of Pain level 23. Really wish that she had the level 25 at this point, but still going to take a little while longer to get there.
Nice use of the glyph as well. Realizing that tier 1 tower is going to go down surely anyway, so it's just going to get refreshed back up.
Keeping pressure on these double siege creeps going to work. RNG not willing to use here, just gonna wait for the natural respawns. Give away the one lane of Rack. They gotta be careful now on the retreat. CDC already have a nice ward up here on this high ground, and I believe they're probably just gonna play together for a second here. We are close to another round of neutral items as well, so definitely something to keep an eye out for in these next couple of minutes. Are they gonna get the D ward on? This is like, come on, this is Dota 101, right? You gotta.
It's been there for a few minutes already.
Yeah. Oh man, they push your high ground. You just have to. You gotta D-ward the hill. Really, no choice. Well, looks like both of these wards could stick around for a little bit longer.
Information. Monet very close to picking up. He should be able to get it after one of these siege creeps. So, bit of a teamfight boost for them, but it just feels like so much more is in favor of CDEC these recent times. You've got levels, you've got this Daedalus finished up here on TA. I suppose that's a small win condition that you've got though. Buyback for at least for 1800 gold, and Shan respawning in 3 minutes. Yeah, you're right back in this game.
Yeah, and like we've been saying, you know, all it can take is one grip from Super that could completely eliminate the TA. Has just opted for an AC here, so XM.
No fear, they're right into it even without this TA buyback.
I mean, they see Quap, but I think they just saw Quap at like 0 mana at top, so they know that this is a 4v5. In the worst case scenario, they do find Super first. Better him than Monet, that's for sure. And Clipper actually helping them out a little bit along, but XM still hot in his heels. The Will-O-Wisp getting dropped over here. I think Victoria thought that he was onto something, but not finding anyone.
Just clearing the tree.
Man, so both teams have Witless Shaco. What do we got? Timeless Relic on the side of CDEC, Flicker and Havoc Hammer for RNG. Man, they're really not having very good luck with this fight. Get a spear onto the Centaur. Doesn't get the BKB off. Game's being controlled, so no defensive snowball from him. And Templar Assassin, Evan's halberd it up, so this BKB not really doing a whole lot for XM. Can't find his targets. He's getting knocked around. XM does get the bash over onto the Quap. Does get brought down by the crit, in fact, but they're still going to find that kill, and Flywin chasing for a little bit more. Once again, does not have the spear. Arena will be able to jam against the deck, and CDEC's turn to maybe overextend just a little bit. Nice high ground ward for RNG, giving them all the information that they needed to take that fight.
Yeah, advantageous position here, even without that but preventing them from the gank. It's positive. It's going to be the God's Rebuke crit that Flywin goes for at level 25 because he's approaching it fast and be able to brawl these team fights now. Mithril Ham coming.
The Quap having the level 25 talent as well is going to be very big and almost has the Hex. His game is starting to get more and more difficult. XM is thinking about, he's thinking about rapier territory at this point. Super just making use of the gem to check these high grounds around the place. Maybe finally getting the better of CDEC in the warding battle. Now RNG heading towards the high ground. Pretty quick work of this. There is a glyph available for the Radiance, so that's going to buy them a little bit more time, but unwilling to go forward and don't really have the heroes to be able to spam this out. Ehome grabs himself a bounty and now comes CDEC back to hope to defend. Super heading forward. He's got the Fiend's grip. Nice loaded from SRX though. Able to interrupt it, so he survives a little bit long. Gets the Stampede out, but he's already dead. 75 seconds down. Slight chains. They're still poking and prodding, waiting for this TA to respawn. Ehome wants to keep them here. James also going in with the snowball. Ehome does have a BKB available. It's outbashed though. Flicker gets him a little bit further out, and he actually makes it onto the tree line and out of there. XM not gonna let Bane leave. September also gonna get caught out. The chakra is just too much with the meld. Oh, so nasty.
XM Uzumaki with the chakra.
Yep.
So, just too powerful, you know.
Roshan respawning in 30 seconds. You have the Hex up on the Queen of Pain. So it's going to be Refresher or Ags on this next one.
Yeah. Got the minus 12-second Remnant charge restore time as well, and if he wanted to, he could finish that E-Blade, although the damage is coming from it.
Doesn't quite have the surplus. Flywin jumps in. The immediate Hex. Trouble for Ehome. Sonic Wave through. Can they finish him off? He gets the Euro. He's still living. Okay, finally brought down. Doesn't have a buyback available. XM trapped in the middle of this fight here. Gonna keep on going, but these heroes are looking pretty tanky. Monet with the flicker. They haven't finished off the Will-O-Wisp, but there's the fear under the Templar Assassin. Ember does up the buyback. Flywin going charging forward, but Monet still stuck in the background to get another Hex. Defensive snow. Oh, their Centaur up. Ember also trying to make his way into the fight. TH. XM got down. He's dead for 100. Aegis, Cheese, and the Aghanim's blood waiting in the pit, but RNG, they don't care. They are marching right down the middle lane, looking for their opportunity. Backdoor protection is still engaged for a second, but the creeps come marching in. Back from one. They don't want to use both, but they get the immediate Hex up. Can they keep the Ember Spirit alive this time around? They drag it into the snowball. Buyback as well from the Templar Assassin, but he immediately gets going to be the Bane ahead. I win. His life on the front lines, blink away from Setsu, just surviving. Or we'll be able to get the TP out. Mo is already top pushing there. Alright, double buyback from RNG, realizing that the Rukon is the prize to be claimed, and they can't afford to just give that away for free.
Oh, really? Setsu picks up the double damage rune. He's rushing out to join this team fight, having picked up that DD as mentioned, and he's going to clash into who?
Okay, they're smoked, but they've got the high ground. CDEC running straight in. They might catch the... They might split off the Queen of Pain. They're going to kill the Skywrath Mage first. Tusk on the front lines does. Can't quite save him. Get the Heaven's Halberd on the Templar Assassin. Monet with the Flicker surviving a little bit longer. Ember getting cleared back. Setsu's going to double damage. He's man fighting this one out, but forced to blink away. Victoria also surviving. They're kiting Monet pretty effective. He does have the Wukong's demand one more time. Still living. Monet! Over onto this Ember. He can't afford to go down. He's ready to use the buyback. The Hex. BKB running low on duration. The Hex still on cooldown. He gets the refraction up one more time, but he can't kill off Flywin. Neptune's looking for him. He gets the blink away. XM still living. SRF, he's got the Lotus. Flywin still chasing him. Doesn't have the mana for a spear for a second. Neptune's got the Hex for him. Here comes the Shivas. Here comes the stun. RNG that bring down SRF, but he's also going to buy back. All right, 3v3. It's Pog time. RNG into the pit.
Arcane Root as well. I mean, we should give the axe to at this point. It feels like Monet's doing a ton of damage in these team fights. And
yeah,
running all over the place. To having those mobs around just to be able to casually whack at people is going to be a big difference maker.
Them to fix it up on Setsu. In the end, RMG do get better of that fight.
Same
Oh, really had no hope whatsoever.
Jax, like getting hit by that. Thrilled.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, and he almost got full of its blade as well. The Tia just feels like she's kind of getting controlled.
Tower has fallen.
That's right. You've only got a 5-second BKB, and at this point, the 5-second BKB is only enough to kill supports. It's not killing cores at all, and then all 3 cores have ways of defending themselves. Right? Either the Monkey King is just going to get the stun off, Quap's got Fear, a Hex, and a Yules, and the Mars is just tanky, and he's going to help. So the instant that BKB wears out, Tim just kind of starts to get kited. He really needs his team to find the good initiation, so he can win and hope to lay out the They're coming up. Alright, we're gonna switch it over to buyback status. There's only one buyback available in this game, and that's on Queen Pain. Ehome is still making good use of the flicker, just getting these dispels going. RNG up on the higher end, poking, caught it.
Gonna be messed up.
Answer! They pop in the arena, they put looking to disengage the James, but if that's all the lose on the other side of the fight, Ember is actually being nightmared up. Ehome doesn't seem like there's any way out for him. He's dead for 100, so RNG, it cost them a buyback, but now they've got a 5v3 on their hands. CDEC, what can they do now? The Stomp, they do still have the Will-O-Wisp, but you're looking for blood.
Radiant's middle barracks have fallen.
Seed as much as possible. They have a repair kit and no.
Radiant structures
Allow that on already.
They do have a cliff. Yeah, Mona's kind of low here. Do they have like a cheese pass? Alright, cheese pass. Keep on going forward. They're just focusing on tier 4s. Another blinding light back. They buy them a few more seconds. I think that they can get the Tusk back up, but that might be about it. Setsu using the PKB. RNG really wanting to finish this one off here, and CDEC, they're going to have to make their move soon. They get the jump in, looking for the backline first. Trying to focus onto the Bane. Here comes the Will-O-Wisp. They almost.
Base is just dying.
RNG, a little more mental fortitude, putting together a little bit more here in game 2, and they are going to be taking us to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing. One simple team fight can turn things around in such a huge way. Getting caught out without buybacks and advantage of the key timings that they
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Oh, you're back. Okay, cool.
Ten seconds remaining.
Welcome back, everybody, to DPL-CDA. We have one last game here
5
for the
seconds
evening.
remaining.
CDEC versus RNG. Was not expecting to be here. Really looked like CDEC had that previous game in the bag, but Fly win with a couple of nice catches, and RNG just generally with some pretty good team play, bringing it back. XM's Templar Assassin kind of hitting a little bit of the wall, and we'll just have to see who ends up taking the series. Eventual Spirit first. Yeah. So like we were saying before, pretty important series for both of these two teams. CDC currently 4-3, RNG 4-4. Both of them only just inside of the top 6 currently, which is what the cutoff is for prize money in this league.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, different look in the draft so far.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
especially with CDEC, even though they had first pick, choosing to ban out the Mars first and foremost. So it seemed like they got this with the set strategy mentioned before game 1, I believe. They'd had in recent times some interesting strats, you know, a loot build or some real speed potential, although they've banned out the Shen themselves, so maybe not wanting that entirely, and the Beastmaster is still prioritized by RNG, but there's still plenty of ways to speed up this draft and have a quick one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're trying to play some run at you Dota
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Of course, you know, Eventual Spirit does have other things that it can go with. I don't know if there's any world where they're thinking about trying to pick the Medusa maybe a little bit further down the line if RNG don't take the appropriate steps to spur them away from that strategy. But just the Shadow Demon Centaur starting it off here. Centaur continues to be a very solid, very stable offlaner, and given that they're not going to be able to get the Mars this time around, I think that they do end up grabbing that. I mean, what else do we have? I guess there's still the LC. I haven't seen LC in a little while. What else has been popular in the offlane?
A Batten a little bit. Probably not so much in the Chinese region, but we've seen PKs there, we've seen Pang there, of course. Bristleback a little bit.
CDC really taking their time thinking here what exactly they want to do.
Money that's made its way all the way through the betting state. Void Spirit. Now, I'm interested to see if someone's going to pick him up, because I think he's probably one of the best heroes in this entire meta. As long as the draft fits it, you know, you don't want to be going up too many people that deal magic damage or that they just inherently build a BKB as part of the early kit.
10 seconds
the
remaining.
Ags to me feels really nuts. It's feels very powerful, and yeah, the hero farms nicely. You're able to get a lot of good ganks in in the early game. I'm definitely not opposed to the Void Spirit coming in, but CDC keeping things pretty open so far. Just Eventual Spirit Tusk. Looking like they're gonna fish for a bit more information and then maybe commit to what the strategy is. I think this still looks like it could be kind of a Dusa draft, but I guess they're gonna wait a little bit more information before.
Could be a position 3 Tusk as well.
True. Yeah, it is a possibility. I'm not a huge fan of it. Maybe if they had like a position 4 with some initiation, it'd be all right. And really use some of the old reserve time here.
I think we'll see a puck bench. Swap is nice.
Oh yeah, could kind of be a thing. Not a bad. Maybe there's a world where they're like looking at a Clinks or something here. Clinks offlane's a little bit usual, but Tusk Clinks is just an absolutely bananas lane. Really brutal to play against.
5 seconds remaining.
And then you can kind of get your catch from your mid lane, right? You can always pick the pucks, the Void Spirit that you were talking about, the Cosmos Invokers of the world. Are RNG worried about? Or I really want to see their ban. I think this is going to be very telling. I kind of miss having more bans in this middle spot because I felt like it kind of gave you more of an idea of what the each team was thinking about like, oh, what's going to counter our draft and like what are we worried about. Instead, now you only get one pick kind of worth of information. Perspective.
I suppose I like the extra bit of strength that it gives to the burst pick, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Just having to counter the double pick that comes in the first wave.
Ember makes it through pretty deep. RNG just gonna go for that. This is their draft. Relatively open-ended. I mean, so long as they're willing to run it as a 4, which I don't know if it looks all that great here, but they do have the last overall pick of the draft, so they can make the decision about mid-Embers,
10 seconds remaining.
Kind of keeps things open that they can, wherever they feel the killer hero is, if they feel it's like a safe laner for Monet, or they feel it's the mid laner Setsu, they can pick it. They're not strict on that with this Ember grab, which is kind of nice.
We saw in previous games that the center Ember Spirit has a ton of actually lane. You're able to snowball up that. Again, it's going to be really effective against a Monkey King and a Tusk.
What is up with the just the reversal on the drafts here? CDC like, oh yeah, King this time. Oh yeah, you guys can have the Ember Centaur, and RNG gonna go for the Phoenix. All right, so that pretty much locks it in that Ember is going to be playing a core role this game, and with Phoenix gives them some nice team fight, which CDC don't really have a whole lot of just yet. Very kind of gank and run at you focused. What did they? Guess what? There's still a Lina in the pool. There's a Snapfire, but they would have to pick it with like, it would be 3 Tusk, I guess, in that case, and then like 4 Snap. You can run Snap as a 3, but I don't know if there's that much point.
Dire team ban.
Well, CDC gonna make some decisions here, and they just come back with Queen of Pain. Everybody's just thinking about the previous game, I suppose. I don't know. So the Clop is kind of run at you, kind of buy some time. It does not seem like CDC wants to take it to RNG in terms of team fight. I think the Dusa is kind of off the table at this point. Probably just looking for a 4 an offlaner. I think they're like, okay, this is a good laning matchup against the Centaur. I think that's the the main idea. But yeah, I don't know how much I like it into the SD. That is kind of worrying. Like, just getting kited around, getting disrupted. Demonic Purge is a big pain in the ass.
I think that's going to be huge, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, like, what can you do? Get that Purge on you and then you just drop the egg. What are you going to do? Have a Queen of Pain stand next to an egg trying to take down? I don't think so.
5 seconds remaining.
Enigma is the ban.
Radiant.
CDEC, what are you getting rid of? I mean, there's still tons of options here. It's going to be the Slark is the ban. Getting rid of some Monet hero. They do still definitely need an objective taker. They definitely need somebody to hit some buildings. Or if, you know, like we talked about in the previous game, something along the lines of the Pugna could be a thing here. That's the way that they want to do building damage. But Tide coming in for CD. I have not seen this hero work for quite some time.
When's the last time you saw it work?
Man.
Choose your hero.
Maybe like past TI. Tide always comes back at TI, no matter what. But other than that,
because he's reliable. Right?
Yeah.
You know exactly what you're gonna get. Very little RNG involved.
You're gonna go play some 5-man Dota.
Rough though, against an Ursa, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have to say that I think I like CDEC's, and I like RNG's draft a bit more here.
Me too.
Yeah, I like the team fight that they've got going on. I like the Phoenix this game. I feel like the egg is pretty reliable, and anytime it gets popped, like CDC just to run for the hills. And yeah, I have not seen Tide Hunter win for a little while, and I don't think he's in for a very easy game here either.
Still not the strongest push lineup. It's a can, but
yeah,
Centaur can, but
it's not like CDEC having insane either. Maybe angle here for CDEC is having to play quite late, and maybe you get a couple of Roshans in, you get yourself like a double Ravage or something.
Yeah, how late we talking?
I mean, that can still be like 40 minutes or something. I guess, well, we've like 3 Roshans. Pretty.
Prepare for.
Wait, wait.
Mid Hunter?
Wait. What's going on here?
Seeing it.
I'm seeing it too, dog. All right.
I'm here for it. That's for sure.
All right.
So small.
I mean,
hardly notice.
This is one way to go and annoy Monet on the Ursa. Just go put a Quap in his lane, and
what did you learn?
Tide mid, so they're shifting the matchups. Monkey King. Alright, I'm gonna get popped out of the courier form quickly.
Monet's unicycling happily down the lane, and as soon as he sees the Queen of Pain in his lane, he's gonna be like, oh god, what?
It's like, wait a second, this is Tide Hunter. This is what I asked for. Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to read this, especially given that there's still, like, it's still SRF playing the Tide and XM playing the Quap. I guess people just have to see how much of a laning, if this is any kind of laning counter against the Ember. I don't think this is about the Ember though. This is really about avoiding the Ursa Tide matchup and giving Tide a little bit more of a game from that perspective. That does kind of increase the pressure on this Tide Hunter to... I still think eventually he's going to end up kind of being the 3. Quap is just gonna go spam out waves and farm up. Let's see how this goes.
Do they only have one reserve ward out on CDEC set?
They may have only bought one.
Yeah, tough.
Yeah, I don't see another one anywhere. What are they doing over here? Mona's like, where do I go? Am I going mid now, guys? I guess I'm going mid now. Oh, tag team. Oh, they're gonna pop. Alright, James gets in range. He popped the Earth Shock. They're still getting slowed down. Monet, no. Your journey to the mid lane. Stun comes back off cooldown. No, not like this. No! First blood from James. Oh, God.
Oh, poor Fuzzy Wuzzy.
They read him like an open book there on CDEC. Yeah, okay, so now he TP's mid. Is this where we begin the musical lanes? Alright, Fox piece to respond. 2v2 mid lane. Let's go, baby. This is what I'm talking about. So Ursa's like, I'm out of here, but wait. Ty's still here, but wait. Fox still here. Oh, maybe Seth's okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave. No, you leave. No, I'm gonna leave. No, and meanwhile, top lane James and Super are like, oh boy, creeps.
I guess.
Yeah. Alright. Mona getting driven back by the Shadow Strike. Gush onto Setsu. Who's farming here? Who's got priority? Who's wearing pants in this mid lane relationship? SRF takes one.
Whoever
takes one.
You get it.
Yeah, it's just the total free for all. What the? Oh boy.
Are we going to see the first game where Shadow Demon is topping out with?
He could be. He's got 6 CS so far. The bot lane, meanwhile, is like, what's going on in the other lane? Just having a normal time down here.
James just surviving.
What is giving up on mid lane? What on earth is this? Are they really just gonna like just play a dual lane for 10 minutes? Is that the plan? Oh, Monet is like, oh, I'm leaving the lane. Oh, alright, he's gone. He's out of here. He's had enough.
And on his tail.
XM's chasing after him. I mean, they both have their TPs back off cooldown, so they could rotate if they want.
Super's like, you
go. What's up, dude? Look, I'm level 3. Why are you level 2? What happened to you?
Step it up.
So that James is level 3. One needs to be a little bit careful. Could potentially get going on. Everything is just a little wonky now. SRF's already got his bottle. Hoping to spam this wave out and go and grab the permanent rune. Down bottom. Oh, nice little snipe there from Ame. Just managed to grab the big creep with his boundless strike.
I just can't wait until chat catches up to this. just to see what the reaction is.
Yeah.
What's going on? Marrez. What happened to Marrez that I bet? He's casting a pull against Super.
Yep.
Why not?
Yeah, let's get stacked up a little bit. What's Flyway not do over here? He's already got his Ring of Health picked up, so he is just backlining. Being forced to CS on the tower. So they do not have the benefit of having the Bane to stop this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Flyway just gonna kind of keep doing his thing. Over the top there, making a go on the Super Disruption. Still gonna get hit by a few of these tag teams, but jumping forward pretty aggressively. I get the tag team on cooldown. Kind of able to keep James here. Able to run away. Another Shadow Strike coming out. XM does have the blink. TP coming up from September. I mean, I guess the center doesn't really need him, so might as well come up here and make battle for 5-minute runs. Make sure that they get at least the one over. That's just tipping SRF. Right.
The backlane continues as well.
Monet. Pretty low. Everyone's getting low on this time. Just the gym. 3 stacked. Almost pops it. TP in Victoria. As September now the target. Alright, he's just gonna go for the back. Doesn't quite get it. XM blinking in front of him there. September no, they can't. Ursa coming through. Chuck's gonna get one. Monet looking for a little bit more. Double kill for him. Ursa pulling down. And there's the disruption to buy them a little bit more time. Looking like he might just get 3. Oh no, they fed the bear. Triple kill.
Don't feed the bears. Did you not read the sign?
Well, this game is recovered now.
Straight back into it. Like, have a look at that now. Sitting in 4th. Not bad.
Yeah, certainly not bad. I'm just buying Vlad. That's who's just fine. I mean, it's Flame Guard's very good. Gush coming out. Little snowball forward, not able to dodge it. It's like a little bit mistimed. Oh, getting chased down on one more anchor smash. Put him in an early grave.
Even at Cloud Remnant's good. It was the same sort of thing that happened last game, right?
He didn't have the mana in that situation.
Okay.
Yeah, he only just got the level, and yeah, didn't have the mana to activate. He probably should have thrown one out though. Like, even if he was gonna die, because then he could just run them back to this lane instead of having to TP.
Yeah. The charge time.
TP back out. Flywin has been alternating, taking a little bit of the farm to the back laning, and also clearing up these.
On the top side, they're getting really aggressive here. Use the off the to cope a bit of his aggression, but Sammy's still just got the 1 point blink, so plays a lot more defense if he's constantly getting jumped on here.
So now we just have a tri-lane versus tri-lane. At top, SRF with his arcane rune at mid. Does have the level 6, hasn't skilled anything just yet. Grabs the Ravage now. So does have to maybe show a little bit of respect to that, but he's got some bottle sips to heal up. Flywin, he let that creep through, so has to TP bottom to deal with it. I imagine keep on going.
Might be trouble here.
My screen has disappeared, so see if I can find out what the reason. OBS has crashed.
Oh, fun.
That's nice. Oh, well, we'll just push the stream live again.
Nothing happened.
No, nothing at all happened.
Just go back live and it's like 30 minutes into the game.
Hopefully it shouldn't miss. They shouldn't miss. I don't know what's gonna happen with the delay and whatnot, but we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Stream just crashed. I didn't even go offline or anything. That 240 really wanted to get that rune, and they're just gonna get bodyguarded by super at bottom.
Speedy rune of haste.
Monet's down here at bottom now. We do have a little bit of musical lanes kind of going on. What is this? Really just playing hyper aggressive up the top. Gotta be careful once that haste runs out.
He's still got his remnants though available to him. Bunch of charges. Nice use of bottle too.
Oh, action at bottom. Flywin walking forward, gonna be already. Gonna be turnaround though, and here comes SRF. He doesn't have the mana for the Ravage, in fact, but Anchor Smash is gonna be enough to find this Flywin kill. And the threat of the Ravage more than enough in that situation. CDEC actually taking a pretty handy network so far here. About 2k, lots of farm on this Monkey King and the Tide Hunter. And even the Queen of Pain doing alright now, after the 2v2 fiasco that was the mid lane.
Yeah, I've just reached the level 6. Oh, that Mega Tree is going to be real handy for any sort of constant aggression that's going to be coming forward. Well, for once in our life, bit of a free farm here on the top side as XM.
Yeah, he's having a decent time. Setsu's up here, but no point in the Series Chains. Really no way to threaten this swap whatsoever.
Everything's going so much more favorably here for CDEC, though. It's a full 100 network worth lead. Respective cores. The Spirit versus the Monkey.
SRF making the walk all the way up here to try and secure the outpost. Flywin should be able to interrupt it, and with that secures his team some experience. Town is able to just jump back out. He's okay.
Still going to be 1-for-1 trip coming through with these outposts. A little too slow to move with RNG, so not going to be able to die out CDEC from their experience. The Monkey is going to get his work. There's 11, and you're going to like he's the ground moving a lot quicker now that you've got this base level of farm on the Queen of Pain.
One is being a little well. This is kind of weird, right? He's gone for the phase boost for the knocks, but as he jumps forward, he does have the even get the chance. survive for a little more time, but I might just get them set up for this stun. King dodges the damage. Sonic Wave turns around on Simone. And now XM going to continue their pursuit. September does have a dive. Eruption coming in. Super trying to keep himself up. It's off cooldown in 1 second. They don't even need it. They've got the slot back. And CDEC arriving. XM not even done yet. Wants September dead. And XM will find the double.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they tried, but can't go on the Monkey King like that. And I guess they just needed another core. Setsu and Flywind, their TPs were all cooldown at the time, I believe. So dead used anyway.
And Trell, no Titans, no Ravage. He's number 2 net worth in the game. He's going into this lad's build, so just the rest of his team. King really going to be happy about that.
It's not going to be nearly as fast as the previous. Some decent Roshan potential on the sides. Right, we got Ursa on one, Vlad's side on the other. Oh, SRF! He bombed that Ravage, but it's a total whiff. So that's just jumping away to the remnant. I don't even know if he would have died if the Ravage had caught him, to be honest, but... Oh, there you go. Ravage #1 for this game.
Alright, so despite the fact of how the lanes worked out early on, you've still got a clear position 1 and 2. The Royal Jellies have gone to the Monkey King, the Queen of Pain. So.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, Seraph is not getting the priority. He can make do with the mangoes, Danog. They've got a handy dandy little mango tree. So
alright, the stream just caught up, but not like this. Page. Alright, we're good.
Okay, good. I don't think they missed too much.
Nah, they did. Just like a solid 5-10 seconds.
XM is just going for a vessel this game on the Quappos. We do have a smoke from RNG. Blink or are they trying to smoke Roche? What is the play here? I'm lagging a little bit as well, at least in game. Alright, next slide, please.
If you need me to go, tell me.
Alright. I think I'm back. I think I'm getting all of the frames at this point. So the Flywind swap back into the Wukong's command. That was a really nice combination from CDEC. Now they're looking for a little bit more. September will be able to get the dive out. He's surviving, but CDEC is rolling up with the numbers here at mid. September still doesn't even have the 1 point in the searing chains, so no catch coming from him, no blink dagger yet for the Centaur. And without any of that, really no way to start a fight on the side of RNG. And I started talking about it before, but then that fight happened to bottom. What do you make of this Battle Fury on the Ursa?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think it's terrible, just because it's counterintuitive to what I understood previously, because the way that the Fury swipes works is Cleave works off the damage that you do, right? As opposed to the damage that the target takes.
Yes, makes sense. Yeah. Cleave is just based off of your damage number that's shown in your on your hero portrait.
But despite that, unless Spec's lying to me, I cast with last week, he said he tested it and it actually does cleave the Fury swipes damage.
Well, I think the way that it works is that Fury swipes as a buff affects versus damage.
But it's a debuff. It's a debuff target, not a buff on.
Right. Maybe it works. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, regardless, you're not buying this to cleave other heroes and plants. You're just buying this kind of as a farming item. So.
Bit of a farming, I suppose a little bit of cleave in fight. You've got, what, 3 heroes that are going to be in the thick of it, in the Monkey King, the Tyrant, and the Tusk. Yeah. And it provides a good amount of mana regen, considering you're maxing out your Earthshock as well, so you're to farm up a lot faster. That's what it used to be. And you've still got that increased hero damage now since the recent Fury change.
To me, the most curious thing is that it seems like RNG's read on this game is that they can play they can like outbreed. Like you look at the Ember, he's buying Maelstrom first. Snowball on now. He should be fine. Oh, is he fine actually? Alright, yep, there you go, running out. He's buying Maelstrom first. He didn't get a point in the chains for a while. You look at the Ursa, he's buying a Battle Fury. You know, Flywind's also been taking things a little bit slow, picking up the Dagger first. He does have the Blink Dagger now, so they have some playmaking potential there, but all signs point to just kind of farming, really. They do get jumped now onto the bench. He's gonna pick on the Supernova. SRF's still gonna TP in here anyway, and the Supernova just gets dealt with. They don't even kill Victoria. Oh no, September. Oh, and now Super also getting caught. His chemical boots being broken. We've got a disrupted tree. Alright, I was really hoping that the illusions were going to be trees when he popped out, but never mind that.
Would have been the best hole. The Messer and Pump Fake being ravaged as well. He's probably one of my favorite side hunters, to be honest. It constantly, especially during the later stages, using that longer cast time to try and bait out some BKB usages from the other team. That works, let's say, about a third of the time.
Backstroke, Pump Fake Ravage, backstroke.
Uh-oh, going in onto this Monkey King here.
They have the damage swap away Flywind, and here comes the Wukong's command. Monet just wants to run straight through, but he's getting slowed down every turn by these Echo Saber, and it's Super also running in here. They're just gonna swap him in one more time. The Rage running out in a second. Driving, Flywind comes in with the auto attack, does find the turnaround, but King's got the Jingu stack. SRF in the backlines doesn't have the mana for that Ravage, but he doesn't need it. XM is here, he's the cleanup crew, and CDEC finding a 3 for 1 there. Some beautiful plays from the Vengeful Spirit in that fight.
You got typical Dota.
Yeah, Monkey King doing a ton of damage. I don't know what Monet was thinking, just trying to run through that. He was like, alright, I'm running at it. Lots of chains, and here comes the Ravage set to just living.
Dire's bottom tower.
They kind of stacked the tables a little bit. He's actually dead, just to the Vessel, and just trying to survive disruption.
One more.
The Shadow Strike still on. Deny him, another jump. He's living. Lost of all his remnants, but he lives.
Well, that is a time cost penalty, I suppose. You know, you're not going to be able to farm as easily, and might be just as effective as a kill.
It did cost them the Ravage, so still kind of a thing. We don't have the Battle Fury just yet for Monet. He is the least farmed core in the game currently. But hopefully the Battle Fury is going to change that. XM just running around with his Vessel is working his way to duels. What's the Monkey King? He's going BKB. Ty's got the Vlads, working toward the head of top. CDC would be really nice if they could take the fight in. XM is pretty out. Here comes the snowball. XM's still living. He's got the blink. They're gonna deploy the Supernova. XM finally blinks himself away. James still alive. Setsu just wanted to pace him down. Essence String helping out a little bit. And Ame with the stun. Okay, they do get a slight gains on the high ground. They will kill him off. Both supports fight in the dust. They're 4 alive there.
I mean, you mentioned the Ravage being used still off cooldown, on cooldown for that minute. And it means that they can take that sort of fight with committing to Ursa, who all well was just taking these
I think I'm pretty keen to fight with the BKB being up now, but might just have to wait a little bit for the Ravage. And yeah, alright, let's see the farm, Monet. Time to rocket up the net worth chart. Let's do it, buddy.
Expecting that to trying to take it up once for just the 20-minute. I don't think he's going to reach it though.
Earth Shock. Let's go.
Damn you ranged crypts.
They did it.
I got it.
Earth Shock OP. Alright. CDC straight into the pivot. I think it was that pretty quickly, in fact, and very survivably as well. Actually helping make quick work. They are scanning this on the tire, but not really going to be able to use that knowledge. So. You have it, Monkey King, so Ame can play as aggressively as he wants in these upcoming fights. And just continuing to play the split game. looks like they're aiming for this kind of double BKB as they're timing this game. And until that point, they are not going to fight the Tidehunter. The kind of the plan.
And they will not. I mean, so now they've got this battle period, he's like, right, I need some sort of team fight presence. I need to speak coming early because he doesn't want a repeat of what just happened with the Monkey King and Yakko Saber. He needs to be constantly having a presence and a bit more maneuverability in these team fights. Are they going to go even more defensive on this Shadow Demon, or is there room for him to go into something like full staff next? It's really nice against the Monkey King just to be able to potentially force him out of his own ring and then you know, give the Nurse even more catch potential.
I think a full staff would be nice to aim for. I don't know what else they really did. They haven't had anyone buy and earn this game. So I wouldn't mind seeing that get picked up somewhere. September show for Chivas. It's gone up a little bit, but it's gonna be okay.
They're enough to scare him off, but not completely dissuade him from moving forward. Just gonna try and shut this thing, but there's a creep wave to do it. Cut the wave a little bit, have his friends smoke just behind him. He's not wanting it all too much.
I do like the rotation up through here as well. Just what if the Ember had just left a remnant in a creep camp, right? So when he got forced back, he was just farming a camp. I think in that case, they would probably be able to find him and kill. Instead of just bring them up to the tower, looking to bring that down. Flywin, I love the positioning. He's aggroed the tower and he's just sitting all the way back and letting the retaliate do its job. That's great. Well, they get some damage on the tier, but mostly playing defensively, still waiting for the double DKB timing. That's who once again shows his face at top. No easy way to kill him if you're CDEC.
The BKB timing up on the Monkey King, expecting for him is going to be that Desolator, but I see it so queued up on the time to know he's actually going for the Invisible Blade now, changing it up a little bit after Blink Dagger completed.
Yeah, I guess just feeling like it needs. Monkey King actually had the Ags queued up a little bit earlier, but it seems like maybe he's gonna try for a slightly earlier timing. And poor September, only get Sunray canceled there. Alright. Well, we're still just waiting for BKBs. Monet running for some ancients again down here, but CDC do a pretty good job of containing inside the base, and Flywin getting caught out somewhat. This can force about the Stampede just to escape.
The Ravage gives a little bit of time for Sensu to continue to push this one out. They don't be TPing back because suddenly that opens you up to backstab RNG in the mid lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's continuing to try and trade. So it's gonna go back into the tower. Clear it out, let his creeps do the work.
Korea? It's got a couple of wards on it, but not the full committal.
They're running over with James and XM. I think they're just hoping to maybe cancel. Something of the team fighters, they bring down Flywin.
Committal, at least they're able to take tier 2 10 by salvaging something from that. It opens up the bounty rings for them as well, so not the worst, but yeah, definitely one communicating a bit more to show this for a repeat of that.
Yeah, that was really not the range that they were hoping for. I think Victoria was watching and it was like, oh, okay, well, looks like SRF isn't planning on ravaging because they've been standing on top of him for a couple of seconds at that point, but
it was a bit of a panic ravage.
Yeah. I think he just saw his HP drop. Like, so what's going on here? I thought I was tankier than this. I think that is often the case with Tidehunter these days. I don't know if the rest of the game has just caught up to him a little bit or what the situation is, but I often feel like I see Cloud just... I thought this year was supposed to be tanky. What happened?
Alright.
Yep. Very true. Well, we've got the BKB now up on Tetsu. Snowball comes towards him, so he's really forced to jump back out. We do have BKB also getting cleared to the Ursa, and Aegis just getting reclaimed away from CDEC. So they're up by 5k, but we're going to be careful with these next couple of team fights. Ravage still on cooldown for a minute. Game's getting quite close to a Blink Dagger, which will be some nice potential counter negation, especially to keep the Monkey King alive inside of his own Wukong command. Like, if he's getting just trucked by the Ursa, if they can hit the Snowball, that would be a really big trade for DEC during these fights. They're sitting right on top of a higher odds. RNG's walking at him.
Just be careful. They've even got one in the lane that is able to pick him up, so they should know completely. It's coming. Back out of time. I'm not sure how I feel that Shiva's Guard purchased on the Phoenix instead of going for the Spirit Vessel. You know, you go against the Monkey King. Sure, he's gonna have Black King Bar, but just doesn't feel quite as strong at all stages of the game, essentially.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
And the Vlads, you know, effective against that as well.
Yeah. I would not have minded the vessel at all. Tide's got the Blink, he's got the Ravage. Link's forward up to September. Tide is actually on cooldown for a little bit. Super gets spotted in the back lines. SRF just gonna pop the Ravage, finds both of them. Fly up to the target on the one side, September trying to escape on the other. Will be able to go for the dive, Sunray, and TP escape. Ame immediately heading bottom to try and stop Setsu's push down here. And I think just waiting for the Boundless Strike. Punk's command, Boundless Strike. They need to follow for something. I don't think this TP is going to be fast enough from James. They're still snowballing after him, but yeah. The Venge TP in the outpost, they are really chasing him. What's happening over here? Monet is kind of going on to XM as a Blink away. SRF now the target, but he's got a Heaven's Halberd, so not so easy to make it go on to him. XM also got Yules, so Monet gonna pop the BKB to keep the chase going, but he doesn't even get a hit. And now they've got swaps and they've got under control for this Ursa. Monet, not the best chase, and CDEC all arrived to punish him for it.
Oh man,
KB.
Was, yeah, a couple of unfortunate plays, one being that the reason the Susan got called out on this upside near the dire outpost is that a quickening jump dropped on the ground and he had a full inventory, so he was trying to find something to drop so that he'd be able to pick it up, and because of that he gets caught by the tail end of the Ravage, and in the end the Vengeful Spirit picks up the quickening jump anyway. And
now the corpse got it. XM's got the prize. It's click on the inventory for RNG unknown. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, they've got an Orchid now on top of stuff. So XM is just he's be forcing machine this game. I mean, Ursa and the Ember Spirit have not gone for anything to be able to deal with it without popping BKBs. So that's really tough. Okay, let's rush. 10.
100 gold away, finishing up that ship. So it's going to be a little bit of a power spike coming through from them. Perhaps early BKB's out as well. Mid lane they've poured out Tetsu here. His first BKB, it is the 10.
He's like, I'm BKB, I may as well just clear this. Ooh, Remnant jumps. Alright, still getting chance. Actually, there's another Orchid soon. So you needed to put the Remnant out earlier. Oh, got kind of baited by his own BKB duration there a little bit and not thinking about the exit strategy. Oh, lordy. When XF almost spotted Flywood in those trees and got the Yules, that would have been more of a disaster.
Able to escape. 60 seconds on the death timer for our Ember Spirit. Now gold away from picking up that oh so valuable Agate step to see able to get it, but in the meantime, you would think that they're going to try. That's after all, they've got Korea sneaking inside the Roche pit, so an instant take if they're able to spot it out immediately. 3, 2, 1, Roche time.
Alright, Aegis and get pretty good minus armor in the tag team though. Should be no problem whatsoever. The vision from RNG is nice, but kind of optimistic a little bit. They got these deep wards down, but then they haven't been able to play in this area for a little while. So nothing progression is happening, and yeah, the greatest cheese claimed. Next, I'm going to be the one claiming the cheese. We've got the Aghanim Scepter monkeys popping up everywhere for Ehome. Game continuing to get scarier and scarier for RNG. September mid. Getting hunted for. SRF goes blinking forward. Can they find some kind of a catch? September doesn't have to dive anymore, so no real way to escape from this one. Could have the Shivas. Yeah, come on, press your Shivas, buddy. What's going on here? At least do a little bit of damage to them. Now watch. Now if the if the time escapes on 50 HP or whatever,
that'll do fine.
Yeah, well, he would have just hit back to full with the Vlad anyway, but we'll conveniently ignore that, and he can make his high ground defense. Alright, Seth's coming back. CDEC still just seeping this. Links the army. Going to work. What they're going to do? Flatwing could go for some kind of initiation. Does get the stun. And immediately breaks out, and he's got the Ravage ready. Monkey hops straight forward into that one. XM1 crediting the dead with the deep two back. Now coming through as CDEC inside the Wukong's command. They've taken down the lane of Rax already. And Seth should not jump nearly far enough away. As he also gets brought down. Dead for 70. CDEC still have the Aegis. They still got the cheese. They don't have their big ultimates anymore, but how are they going to keep them here? That's the question. They need the supernova to do something, but I don't know if they can take this fight. Okay, here we go. The middle of everything. Flywood protected. Immediately gets silenced. Not the way to do that. And, well, put up about infinite game number 2, but in the end it will still be CDEC taking the series.
That sort of thing, but sort of right on top of it, heroes. It's typically slide it off to the side, make a move out of position. The Dota is to just past that orchid to lock down the center when he jumps in.
I mean, at least make them move slightly, like go put it over the wall or something a little the high ground. Yeah, that was just, I think that was just